Sorry, I just got to set up a couple things. Uh, Technical difficulties. It was so much easier the last time. I don't understand why it's giving me problems this time. It won't let me see any of the comments or live chat. All right, so we'll start with a couple questions. What was the worst car that you guys have ever owned? I might have to I might have to get out of this one and go to another one. It's not letting me see the live feed for whatever reason. Let me see if I can get into it a different way. I didn't have this problem last time. I don't understand. There it is. Hey guys, so John Pinicky said that his worst car that he ever had was a 74 Pinto. We haven't done a Pinto yet. I don't know what stupid commercial thing. Okay, anyway, so 74 Pinto. Technical difficulties, not ready. But yeah, what was your worst car that you've ever owned? My worst car that I've ever owned was a 96 Pontiac Sunfire. That thing was a piece of shit. It was the biggest pile that I ever owned. And it was like I had four cars at the point in time when I had that car, and a friend of mine, he totaled his car and he needed a car. He was going on a date. And I told him, I was like, you could have the Sunfire for the night. But I was like, be warned, if it's dark out, like, it obviously it's going to get dark out eventually. If it rains, you might have a hard time seeing. The lights for that car always came on whenever you were on drive. And I swear, candles and jam jars were brighter than these lights were. It went really well in the snow. That was its only redeeming quality. I bought it from somebody that probably chain smoked in this thing ever since it left the factory, and I could never get rid of that smell. And it was an all around terrible car. Um, so, hi Eric C. Hi Andrea. 1987 Olds Cutlass Sierra Wagon total caca, says Eric C. I never had an Oldsmobile Cutlass from that era, but I had a friend in high school that had an Oldsmobile Cutlass, and I used to race him in my car, and it was fun. I beat him a couple of times. He beat me a couple of times. We both had Malaise era cars. One Yankee says, "Can't say anything was bad. My dad taught us how to buy cars." Oh, that's awesome. I've had a cup. I've had a lot of I, the Sunfire was the worst car that I ever owned, but I had some sketchy cars. I bought a '93 Ford Explorer to learn how to drive stick on, and I only paid like $600 for this thing. It was a three-door hatchback. The clutch is still the heaviest clutch to this day that I've ever had to shift. It was brand new, and every time you wanted to shift a gear, it was like pushing down a 20-pound weight. It was it was interesting, and in that truck, I don't know if you'd call it a truck SUV. It was all held together by the suspension was held together by rust, and gravity held it all together. It was super ghetto. It had keyless go. you could have the key in your hand and push the clutch in, turn the cylinder, and it would fire right up. And you could drive it like that if you wanted to. Uh, but I kind of sort of like that. And like realistically, I learned how to drive stick in it, and then after I was content with my stick shift driving abilities, I sold it and bought a 1992 Honda Civic, which I absolutely loved. It was a great car, but I had to get used to that shifter. I went from shifting gears like here's first to seconds like back here to like the Honda was like real tight. And the clutch wasn't like anything like the Explorer. The clutch in my truck is a cable clutch, and I absolutely love cable clutch over hydraulic because you could feel everything that's going on the moment that you do it. Hydraulics get kind of vague. I'm gonna stop here and read some of these and see what else people say. John Pinicky said, except for automatic AC AM radio, it was a POS. It didn't even have. It says foam light switch on the passenger side, but I think he meant dome light switch. Andrea Mills says 83 Cadillac sedan DeVille hardtop 4100 was the worst car she's ever owned. Matt Josephson says my wife had an early Escort wagon. I had a Tracer, and it had the automatic seatbelts that came back. I got a speeding ticket in that car. That car was another one that I wasn't really impressed with. Um, I bought it because I had a Lincoln Town Car and I didn't want to drive the Lincoln Town Car in the snow. I the goal was to keep the Lincoln Town Car forever. That was one of the top 5 cars that I've always loved. I had an '88 Signature Series that was my second car. I paid $1,100 for that car, and I looked it up after the fact. That car was $35,000 in 1988, and I was like, wow! And it had just about every single option. It had the pillow side seats, the velour. Um, it had this cassette radio, and to this day, I still don't know how this cassette radio worked because I could make a mixtape and play the cassette, and if I didn't like the song, you could always play the B side too. But if I didn't like the song, I could push skip and it'd skip over the song. Like, how does it know? Because I made the tape, and it worked flawlessly until the radio died. Um, but there was that. My car had every option except for the dimming mirror, air suspension, leather seats, and heated seats. But everything else it had the heated mirrors, the temperature thing. Um, it it was a great car, best riding car I've ever owned. And according to the EPA, they only get like 20 miles to the gallon on the highway, but I can attest that I used to drive it out to Lancaster, and I got 28 on the highway. It was a really good car, and I missed it so much when I sold it. See, the reason I sold mine was they put the AOD transmissions in those, and some people said that they were great. Other people said that they'll start slipping, and then they'll cost money to replace. So I didn't want it to nickel and dime me. So I sold it. But it left a hole in my heart. So I had the Mustang at the time. I ended up finding an '89 Lincoln Town Car Signature Series that had literally everything. It had the miles to empty gauge. It had the dimming mirror. It had leather seats. I think I paid $1,200 for that car. And I had nothing but trouble with it. I didn't put any more than I don't think I drove that car 1,000 miles in the time that I owned it. I put 3 transmissions in that car. The whole reason that I sold the first one, but it ended up not being a transmission problem. It ended up being a spark plug problem. But every mechanic that I took it to, oh, that's a transmission problem. What happened was when you got it up above 55 miles an hour, it would just buck. It would like teeter totter going down the road, like it was fighting with itself. And yeah, so that kind of sucked. I took a complete bath on that car. Um, John Pinicky says worst car that he's ever owned was a 1984 Hyundai Pony. I don't even know what that is. I'm going to have to look that up Robert says 1962 Rambler American with the e-stick transmission, but I wish I had it now. Oh man, 1962 Rambler American. I kind of like those. Sean A806 seems like cars and trucks seem to rust out fairly quickly in the Midwest and northeastern United States. Yes and no. The newer stuff is absolutely incredible how little they last because they're supposed to last a lifetime, right? Because it's better stuff. Because, everything's better now. Man, that can't be further from the truth. Like, I see newer, like not even 5 year old Chevy trucks in Ohio where the rear wheel wells are completely rotted out. I'm going to Ohio tomorrow. So if I see any, I will definitely take a picture. I'll post it on the Facebook page. Tomorrow's going to be a crazy day. So, the engine episode that's coming up, hopefully tomorrow, is going to be on the Ford FE engine family. A lot of people have been requesting that one, and it's just going to be on the FE engines, not the FTs, because Ford made a truck line engine that corresponded with some of those engines, but it would be drastically, it would be too long if we incorporate both of those. So it's just going to be on the FE, and hopefully tomorrow, if not tomorrow, definitely be Thursday. And I have to apologize to you guys. I wanted to try to make an episode every single day for the month of December as like a Merry Christmas to you guys from us here at What It's Like. But I've come to the realization that that's not feasible. It's not possible. It's it worked for a little while, but I'm the only person like I do all the filming. I write the scripts. I I edit everything, and generally it takes about 8 hours. But the Packard video, a lot of people came to my brought to my attention that I was missing some things, and I decided that like I want to show these cars the best way that I possibly can. And if I start missing things and stuff like that, it means more to me to have a quality product than it is to put out a bunch of content, if that makes any sense. So we're gonna go back to the 4 to 5 episodes a week. All right. Most trouble-free car. Okay, so Sixton Arrow One, and I'm sorry if I pronounce your names wrong. I suck. I suck at pronunciations, and I really do try my best. Um, but yeah, so Sixton Arrow One says the most trouble-free car that he's ever owned was a 1991 Geo Metro, 374,000 miles and still going. Man, that's awesome. I looked at those when I bought my Civic. I wanted something that got good gas mileage and was fun to drive. Um, but those cars are really cool. That's awesome. David McKinley says, "Hello, good buddy. I love those town cars. I still have a 91. That's awesome, man." That was Ford's biggest mistake is they stopped making the town car. I'm wondering when they're going to bring it back because everything goes in stages, Like vans got popular for a little while. Remember the Chevy Astro van? Um, SUVs are popular right now, but I wonder what's going to replace them. John Pinicky says road runner up was a 1994 Ford Fiesta I drove from Luxing, Lumsenburg, Germany, and Switzerland. 1.1 liter and a 4 speed. Interesting. Jojo Johnson just checked in. Hi, Jojo. Sean, Sean A. I suck. I suck at saying names. Sean A806. The worst car my parents owned was a 2002 Jeep Grand Cherokee. Was reliable, but always needed something small every now and then. I have never owned a Jeep. I trying to tread lightly with this. I'm not a Jeep fan. I I see them broke down on the road all the time. And before I sold my Honda van, I wanted to compare it to a Jeep because I think that the 2001 Honda van could go more places than a Jeep could. But that's it. It's in the past. That's never going to happen. But I would really love to do a comparison with a Model A Ford and a Jeep one day. But that I would have to own the Model A because I don't know anybody that will let me take their Model A off road like I'm going to do, and I'll rent a Jeep. But that's been an episode since day one that I've wanted to do, and I thought I could do it when I worked at Kuhfleitner's, but I don't work there anymore, so I don't have any access to classic cars like that I can drive. John Pinicky says, also look up Hyundai Stellar, another loser. That's another car that I've never heard of. You would think if it was named Stellar that it would be somewhat good. P.S. From the nuts here. Yes. P.S. says, from the nuts in here to have nuts out there. Happy festive for the rest of us. Okay. Zippy DeStrange. Happy grumpy cat noises. Okay. Mike Brunen. Mike Brunello. I have a 2001 Ford F-150 in Kentucky that has no floorboards. It's Fred Flintstone's car. Zippy DeStrange, you're doing one heck of a job. Thank you so much, man. It means the world to me. It really does. This is all I've ever wanted to do. So, a little bit about me. I I come from a family of woodworkers. I'm the third generation woodworker. I wasn't that 10 years ago. I didn't want nothing to do with it. My mom has a craft business and she does craft shows. And I have a younger brother. When we were growing up, and his name's Jordan, my real name's Justin, but it has too many syllables, so just call me J. Just the letter J. Um, and the reason I want to be called Jay is because my dad came from a family of five, and from the five kids there was 13 grandchildren. Of the 13 grandchildren, there was five grandchildren with J names. So I was never Justin. I was always Jason, Jeremy, my brother Jordan. So just call me Jay. It's easier. It's only one syllable. It's easy to remember. But you could call me Justin or whatever. Um, but anyway, getting back to the point. The point was my mom still does craft shows, and my dad worked for a dynamite company, and he drove a dynamite truck during the day, and then at night he came home and he would cut out for my mom. And when my mom would do these craft shows, and these craft shows could be anywhere. We went to Michigan, we've gone to Indiana, New York State, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, clear down to Virginia, and anywhere in between, West Virginia. We didn't go into Kentucky or Tennessee. Um, and she would do 46 craft shows a year. 46, there's 52 weeks in a year, so we didn't have that many weeks off. We were off for Christmas, but sometimes she would book three shows in one weekend. So like maybe we'd go out to New Jersey for a day, and then we'd end up in DC for another day, and then we'd do a show in Harrisburg or something like that to wrap it up. And I didn't want nothing to do with that because it's a colossal pain in the butt, for one, and I was always away from home, and I didn't really get to have much of a life, but I did get to see a lot of cool stuff and go to a lot of cool places. Um, so I went in, well, I wanted to get into photography. That's what I really wanted to do. And I went to art school, but I did not graduate because it was going to cost 60 grand to go to school, and I just didn't feel the need to get a degree for a piece of paper that says that I could take pictures, when in reality, people don't really care if you have a degree to take pictures. They want to see your portfolio. So you needed experience, but to get experience in photography is really hard to do. You gotta work for nothing for a long time. Still work for nothing sometimes. But anyway, yeah. So I realized that wasn't going to be. Plus, the whole photography aspect of it was changing. Like it's still, it's a world that's not, everybody has cell phones now and everybody can take perfect pictures with um, different software and blow the background out with software. And it's going to be really interesting to see what happens to that field in the next 10 years. That's for sure. But anyway, I decided to go into retail and I worked at Walmart for 5 years. And that was really crappy. Excuse me. That was a really crappy 5 years. But this guy, he stalked me, and he's like, I was like a front end supervisor or whatever. We were going around with the money card at the end of the night, and he's like, "I'm coming for you." And I was like, I turned to my colleague. I was like, "Should I be worried?" I was like, "I've never saw this guy in my life. Am I gonna get jumped in the street or in the parking lot?" And he's like, "No, no, no. I want you." He's like, "I've been admiring your work, and I want you to come work for me at Costco." So I quit Walmart and I went to Costco. But every job that I had, like people would always ask me, "What do you want to do? Like, what's your end game?" And I would say, "I want to be an automotive journalist." And they'd be like, "Well, why are you here?" And I was like, "Because my dream will never become a reality because I don't have any way to do that." And I don't know, a couple years ago, while building furniture, the furniture thing just kind of happened. Like all this stuff, I don't know if you can see, but I built this and I built that. And I built this cabinet here. The furniture thing just came out of nowhere. I started with picture frames and I gave them as like a memento to from choosing me over everybody over the competition basically. And then it turned into, well, I wonder if I could build a cabinet that will fit that, or I wonder if I could build this. But almost it's all self-taught. Like this is all just from my own design. I don't have any blueprints. They're all in my head. Like the picture frames and stuff, I just built a frame to fit pick that's a 5x7 frame. It holds 9. It can hang. Um but but yeah, and I still build furniture, but it's to the point now that I just build things when I want to build things. I very much like doing this. This is all I've ever wanted to do, and it's great that you guys dig the channel. It really means it means the world to me. Um, I love classic cars. I love cars from the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. I love all the eras, and like it seems like you guys love what I love, and I just think that's awesome. Um, I've always loved the orphan cars. I've always loved the cars that are off the beaten path, and it's awesome. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna get back to the chats here and see what's going on. It's enough about me. Um, Most reliable car that Mike Bruello has had was a 1980 AMC Eagle with a 258 4-speed all-wheel drive. That is a car that I definitely want to feature on the channel. I know where there is a couple of them. It's just getting there. Tomorrow I'm going to, and this is why I said the engine episode might not be tomorrow, because I haven't finished writing the script yet. Tomorrow I'm going out to John Kufleitner's to talk to Chris about a couple things. I might do a couple cars there. I'm going to the Canton Auto Museum. Excuse me. I'm going to Canton Auto Museum to go do some 30s cars to break up the. I shot a bunch of 50s cars when I went to Classic Auto Mall because that's what it seems like you guys like. There's a lot of cool stuff in the pipeline, but doing an episode every day, I only shot 15 cars. Well, I shot 15, but I couldn't get into one, so it's technically 14. I'm gonna cover that when I go back there in January. But there's a Studebaker Co. in the pipeline. The episode after the engine episode, I wrote half of it out. It's going to be on a 76 Chrysler New Yorker Brougham. Very cool car. That car was sold, but I didn't want to miss my opportunity to show that car because I've never seen one. I've never been a Chrysler product from that era. Plushy, pillow plush seats, power plush seats, baby blue interior. Oh, it was so nice. It really took me back because when I was a kid, I was into, not a kid, but when I was right out of high school, um, I liked land yachts. That's what I was into. I was into the big Lincolns. I was into the Mark Fives. I really wanted a Mark Five. I almost bought a Mark Five before I bought the Mustang. I found one on eBay. That's where you went to go find a classic car. eBay and Craigslist was, where you found cars before Facebook Marketplace. I'm gonna make an episode because people have been asking about, like, how do I go about buying a classic car? Where do I go look? There's different places that you can look. I like to look on Facebook Marketplace because that's kind of like where the bottom. I don't want to say bottom feeders, but you can see what the people look like before it's like the new Craigslist. Craigslist before, you couldn't see what the people looked like, and if they gave you an address that was in kind of a shady dealer, not shady dealer, but a shady part of town, you could not meet up with them or whatever. But Facebook's great because you can look and see what the people look like before you commit to going and meeting up or whatever. Um, Not having a car is what is replacing SUVs. Um, yes, Jeep is just empty every pocket. I'm sorry that you had three of them. I've never owned a Jeep. My brother's never owned a Jeep. We've never had a Jeep in the family. My dad, the vehicle that I can remember, my parents having, like when I was the youngest, was they had an '85 Monte Carlo SS, and I remember getting in the back. It was maroon. It was maroon on maroon, and I remember getting in the back, and it was a terrible car to get in and out of when you were a kid. And we didn't even have car seats. Um, but that's what my parents wanted for me as a first car. They're like, you should get this car, and I was like, nah. I took my grandpa gave me my first car, and I'll disclose that whenever eventually. It was a land yacht, and I absolutely loved it, and I got 2 years out of it. And it was more or less to prove my parents wrong because they said that I wouldn't that car wouldn't survive. It was parked in a greenhouse for 4 years, and like they gave it to me for free, but I had to put I had to put brake lines in it. I had to put new tires on it. It was like $600 to get it back on the road, but that's all I had to pay for my first car, and I got 2 years out of it, and it was a great car. I had some really great memories in it. Um, I want to buy I want to buy an '88 Lincoln Town Car. That was my second car, and I want to do a nostalgia episode with it because on paper that car sucks. 160 horsepower, I think. I'm not sure what the pound feet or newton meters is. 5 liter, but I tell you what, I was able to get 0 to 60 in 8.5 seconds in that boat. I was able to burn out and drift sideways, and we did all kinds of crazy stuff in it. And I just think it would be really cool. There's a road not too far from here. It's three dirt roads that meet with a triangular in the middle. I want I want my wife to stand in the middle and video me drifting around the triangle in a Lincoln Town Car in the middle of cornfields. I think that would be freaking sweet. But I have to find a Lincoln Town Car in my price range, and I found one, but they wanted a fortune for it, and it was like it only had 40,000 miles on it. It looked just like the one I had, and I was like, man, I was like, but it's too much money, and like I don't want to, what I want to do with it. I don't want to destroy a really nice car. Andrea Mills says the Eagle was awesome. That's what I've heard. I know they made a two-door version and a four-door version. My dad had the four-door version before I was born, and honestly, I think that was the precursor to the Subaru Outback. Because Subaru was making cars back then, but they wasn't making cars like what they're making now. You're a big for a Model A. I hated driving them. I like the Model A because they're very versatile. Um, like people have been asking like, what's a good classic car to get into, and it depends on what era you're looking at. But if you're looking at the 30s, Model A is a really good contender. You can get every single part for it. Um, if you put a Mitchell overdrive behind the transmission, you could go 70 miles an hour. But you know, the brakes, stopping's an issue because when you push the brake pedal down, it pushes rods up that activate the brake shoes. David McKinley says, I got a 2002 Dodge Ram 1500 4.7 liter. I have 403,000 miles. It's been the best truck ever. That's awesome, man. That's great to hear. Also, David McKinley, I see a lot of newer trucks with frames rusted in half. Me too. Me too. Rust is a huge problem here because they don't put, and why they don't do this, I don't understand. But they put calcium. The stuff that they put on the roads is detrimental to the cars. Like it gets into like everything, and it just, excuse me, it just kills them. Zippy the Strange, the content you put out plus the day job, it's amazing. You do not have more errors. You're doing a solid work, better than me. The voices in my head cannot focus. I got voices in my head too. I do. Sometimes I do impressions, like when I read comments, depending on, you know, the comments. But the comments have been pretty good, and like even the ones that aren't so good, um, I'm learning to just um, take it in stride. Like sometimes criticism's a good thing. I do dig constructive criticism, um, because it helps the channel. Um, just not like when people compare me to somebody else and then they just don't have a clue what they're talking about. But whatever, it's not here no. How about a Ford Tudor? I think I did a Ford, but I think I did a Ford Tudor. I'll have to look. Um, don't take after Dennis Gage of My Classic Car. He is a wank. I don't know who Dennis. I might. I watch a lot of different car programs just to see, you know, everybody has a different way of telling their story and like how they want to lay everything out. Uh, it took me forever to figure out what format to go with because literally when you start doing YouTube, this is what you start with, and it's hard. It's really hard. Like I messaged PS yesterday because he asked what was the very first episode that we did, and I said it was on my '52 Chevy 1 ton truck, the very first episode, and like I got ADHD. I don't know. I've never been diagnosed, but I'm pretty sure that I got it because I can never finish a thought or a thing before I move on to something else. And that episode is very all over the place because it was really hard to figure out like do I just talk about the 1 ton series or do I talk about all of the trucks that Chevy offered? Do I talk about the engine that's in my truck or do I talk about all the engines offered? So it gets really hard to figure out what the fine line is. The Packard episode, for example, I couldn't see any of the dashboard buttons. I'm going to get a light. I'm going to try to get one of those halo lights, one of the big bright light thing that goes around my camera. Hopefully that will help because that I'm disappointed that it wasn't as good as it could have been. I missed a bunch of buttons and I missed some stuff on that episode, and I apologize. It wasn't up to snuff, I guess. That's why I talked about the Ultramatic transmission because it was the very first car that we featured that could have had it, even though that particular car, didn't have it. It had the 3 speed manual. Anyway, go back to the thing here for a second. Zippy asked me if I had to invest in a lot of tools. Yeah, I For the woodworking thing, I've pretty much everything that's out there is what I bought, minus the stuff my mom gave me. She gave me all her old stuff that she didn't want anymore. Um, as far as brands go, I like Porter Cable. I'm not a brand guy. Like everything out there is mismatched. I got a DeWalt miter saw. The only reason I got so if you I try to live my life as frugally as possible. Like most everything out there is second or third hand that I bought off the Facebook Marketplace because I don't have the money to buy really expensive woodworking stuff's expensive. Um, I bought two Ryobi 12-inch miter saws, and the first one, the brushes burned out in 6 months, and I had to return it. The second one was never straight, and you couldn't adjust it because it was plastic, and I sold it. I bought a $550 DeWalt um, miter saw because you could cut 15 inches with it. At the time, I didn't have my big pan. I have a big, gigantic panel saw that you could stick a whole sheet of plywood up and cut it. Um, but I found that on Facebook Marketplace for $300, and I got 2 years out of it before the engine or before the motor blew up on the saw, and I took it somewhere to get it fixed, and they had it for 6 months, and then they called me and told me that they couldn't fix it. And I was like, oh, that sucks. So I had to fabricate my own. I bought a Makita saw and I put it inside the jig. But they just don't make stuff good anymore. Like, so I kept having problems with it. Like, so whenever I went to cut a board, it would, because the saw blade was an 8.5, like the saw blade was on the unit that I had to replace, it only cut halfway, so I had to put these shims in it to push it down. But when I did that, it couldn't go all the way to the bottom because the shims hit the bottom of the thing, so then I had to put a spacer in. Yeah, so it was a nightmare. Plus, they don't have a trigger lock on the new stuff, so I had to zip tie it, and it's a whole thing. Um, but the table saw I got out there, it's secondhand. Just about everything I have out there is pretty much secondhand. Same thing with camera equipment. Like I bought the camera body new, but all the lenses are, well, pretty much all the lenses are used because it doesn't make sense for me to take. It doesn't make sense for me to take the fall, so to speak. Like some of those camera lenses are like $2,000 a piece, and like if you buy it new, you paid $2,000 for it. But if you go to sell it used, you're not going to get $2,000 for it 9 times out of 10. And so I'll just buy it from the first person as long as they didn't wreck it or anything like that. Just be very diligent on what you buy. Timothy O'Kane says worst car was an 86 Ford Escort Pony with a 4-speed. It was problematic. The clutch would go out every 5 to 8,000 miles. That's insane. That's insane. Sam Z 1069 says into the 50s. What does that mean? Could you elaborate? Juan Yankee says I do early crate furniture designs. That's awesome, man. That's really cool. Shouting at the clouds. I take pictures of Bigfoot. I'm in the off season right now. That's pretty cool. My mom makes Bigfoot like out of plywood. Maybe I'll take a picture of it. There's a shadow one down there. Freaked me out the other night because I didn't know she put one in the yard. I was like, what am I looking at? um, Sixten Arrow says my son is a photographer. He lives in L.A. and he has done many celebrity photo shoots. He said the most genuine person he took photos of was Dolly Parton. That's awesome. That is really, really cool. I never got that kind of level. I've always taken pictures that I wanted to be the photographer for somebody that wants professional pictures but doesn't have like the budget. Um, I I don't charge a whole lot for weddings, and I'm I'm hoping one day to get into the wedding venue business. I pitched this to my wife and I said I would love to buy 15 to 20 acres and put two barns on it and rent them out for weddings, and make it so that the one barn can't see what the other barn's doing. And I think it would be awesome to open it up for car shows during the week or whatever, and you guys would all be invited. Bring your cars. Um, you know, that's my one of my goals. I think that would be really cool. But that's a goal that's like way, way down the road, if ever. Um, Eric C says the reason why I like you is you're different than everyone else out there. Although I think the auto mall should give you a percentage of sales too. Um, I don't want a percentage of sales. Like I, they told me that they've been selling cars because of my videos, and and if I wanted anything, and I said no. I'm total. They opened it up, and they're just great, and I love working with them, and they're all great guys down there. I'm friends with most of them, and I love going there, and I love just shooting cars. I love talking to people, and um, thank you, Eric C. I'm glad you dig the channel. Charles Gall, thank you so much. Um, he says, "Thank you for all that you do. I love what you're doing. Look forward to every episode. I look forward to seeing you in the comment section. Like, I don't. Sometimes I call people out for not seeing them in the comment section. Don't take offense to that. It's I don't want to say that I have a photographic memory, but when I worked at Classic Auto Mall, and I would not Classic Auto Mall, I worked at John Kufleitner's last year, and but I only worked there for 3 days. I was their marketing guy, Monday through Wednesday, but they would still go on till Friday, Saturday, or whatever. Excuse me. When I would come in on Monday, I'd be like, "That's new. That's new. That's moved. Why is this car here?" And Chris would always be like, "How do you know that?" And I was like, "Because it's different. It was you moved things." And I don't want to say that I have a photographic memory, but sorry, I'm getting messages from people that I talk to, um, and I'm trying to keep up with this and that, but yeah. So if I don't see people in the comment section for a long period of time, I know that you haven't commented it, and just like to I just like to say that to show you that I care, because I do I care, and I always want to try to keep it that way. Um, and that's another reason why we can't do 7 videos a week, because I can't keep up with everything. I can't keep up with answering all the messages, and I really do read all the comments posted. It's it's getting harder because the base is getting bigger, but I just want you to know that every time that I hit the heart button and the like button, I do read everything, and it means the world to me. It really does that you guys dig what I put down. And Charles Dalton says, TBH, I've had a few unreliable cars. The worst was the 1979 Fairmont. Rebuilt starter from the factory, died at 1 year old, soft cam at 20,000 miles, front disc brakes gone, 25,000 miles, and on and on and on. I'm sorry you had a bad experience with that car. We got to do more 70s cars for the channel. I totally agree. Um, there is one in the pipeline. It'll be coming up soon. Be coming up soon. Tomorrow's plan is like, Sean Reed. I haven't forgot about you, and your. I met this guy at Hershey, stellar guy, and I can't wait to work with him in the future. And he showed me this advertisement piece of a Packard. When you open the advertisement piece, the Packard moves, and it's like from the 30s. But I've been looking for a car, and I was going to add that at the end. But there's a 26 Packard in the pipeline that's been in the pipeline for since summer. I just haven't gotten back to it. There's still stuff from the Greenfield Village. That there's a 1904 St. Louis, which I'm still trying to get information on. I got half of that episode done. There's also another Franklin and a Hupmobile, but the Hupmobile, those two cars, they're not complete. Like the Franklin had to leave to go do pass and review, so I didn't get to shoot the dash, but I could use the dash from the other Franklin because they're very similar. The Hupmobile, I didn't get to shoot the dash either, but I got to go for a ride in it. So, yeah. Um, there's also stuff from Hershey. Like I did a Packard truck that hasn't been featured yet. But it would be it's like a micro episode because there wasn't that much to cover. There wasn't that much to talk about unless the history part of it's more in depth. Shouting at the clouds, I was looking at pictures of a mint condition Beverly Hillbillies car. It's hard to find. 1921 Oldsmobile model 43A touring car. Yeah, I've never seen one of those in person. Some of the older Oldsmobiles are really hard to find. Yeah. Will Gary, if it's an independent or an obscure car, it's always good to do it through the club for it's how I got my Hornet. Good information, good to know. P.S. Every time I read P.S., I think, P.S. if this was Austin. Anyway, drivers had to be more courteous when they had an 82 Pinto. Always gave me the road. I wonder what the Pinto's problem was. Was it because they had an electronic, not electronic, but an electric fuel tank in the gas tank itself, and when it hit it, it just caused a spark, and that's what caused it to explode? Because there was cars like 67 Mustang, gas tank was in the back and never had that problem. But the Mustang didn't have the gas tank in the back either. It was off the camshaft. Tom Schmidt, can you do something on a 72 El Camino? I will totally do a 72 El Camino. There was one for sale at Classic Auto Mall. I was going to do that, but I never got a chance to. But definitely look into that. Thomas Schmidt also said, my mother, the car starred Jerry Van Dyke, didn't it? I don't know. Shouting at the clouds, the Ford 5.0, a million-mile record holder, 8 volt gas, 22 mpg. I was able to get 28 in my Lincoln Town Car. The only reason I know that, I mean, it was good on gas. It really was. I was a pizza delivery driver when I had the Town Car, and a lot of people thought that I got terrible gas mileage. I made a lot of money doing that. But really funny story real quick. So I was delivering pizzas, and this was Snowmageddon. There was 3 feet of snow overnight one day during this year. The snow was so deep that it came up past the chrome. They had chrome side. It was almost up to the door handle, and that was the only car I had, so I had to take the Lincoln and deliver pizzas. I was coming down a hill, and I wasn't going very fast, but I felt the car kind of lurch a little bit. So I applied the e-brake just very slightly, very, very gingerly, and I had my hand on the release to release it immediately. Well, it locked up, and I started going like this. And I was terrified because it was so scary. I went 3 times, and I was praying to God. I was like, please, let me hit the telephone pole, because past the telephone pole was the river, and I did not want to go in the river. It was cold, and I didn't want to deal with that. I stopped this far away from the telephone pole. I was like, thank you. And I was shaking so bad because I just couldn't believe what happened. I couldn't have been any older than 18, 19, something like that. 70 in a Model A is scary. I totally believe that. But Would it be scarier going 70 in a Model A or scarier going 70 in a, say like a Honda, like the Honda that we featured, the Z600? I think going 70 in that would be terrifying because it's not very big and the perception of speed would be increased because the object isn't so big. Like 70 in a Lincoln Town Car isn't very fast, or it doesn't feel fast because it's stable. My town car, we used to race people all the time. I raced this one girl. We used to call her Bully. She was kind of a bully. That's how she got her name. Anyway, she had like a Ford Explorer, and we would race town to town, like on the like the bypass we called it. And well, there was one time that a friend of mine, he had Toyota Celica. He had an '87 Toyota Celica, and I had this '88 town car, and we had to get to Newcastle for some reason, and we were in Butler. Newcastle, from Butler to Newcastle is about a, I don't know, 30-40 minute drive. We made it there in 15. Oh gosh. And my town car, it only went up to 85 miles an hour, but when you went past 85, it would wrap clear back around and said that you're going 20. And my Chef Boyardee vacuum can had a leak in it. So when you went above 95, 100, it would whistle. It sounded like you were on a jet. And it didn't, when you were going faster than a certain speed, it didn't feel like you were on the road anymore. It felt like you were hovering above it. I missed that car. It was a great car. It had automatic lights too, and you could set it up to a timer. I pulled into my place of work. Justin, you left your lights on. They shut off. They're like, "How'd you do that?" Oh, it was great. I missed that car. It was great. David McKinley, you're the best. Jay, you have the best detailed videos. Thank you so much. It means the world. Uh, I take personal, like the Packard video. I missed a bunch of different things that I could have went over, and sometimes it's by design because I want to cover multiple bodies of these cars, but I don't want to recycle the information. Like I want it to be a new episode every time. Back last year, we did a lot of like comparison episodes that I didn't get to do this year, which is kind of which was kind of a downer, really. Um, but I got called out for recycling material a lot, and not so much like people saying it's like watching a rerun. So I want to try to not have that. One Yankee says my format's great. Thank you so much. It took a while to get there. If you want to see how we struggled in the very beginning, like some people say that they don't like the intro, but the intro shows you guys all the videos that were covered. There's a point to everything in the episode. I try to switch it up. Like some episodes don't have they all have would you rather because I'd like to know what would you rather have. Plus, it helps me gauge which cars you guys are interested in. Um, but some cars don't have or some episodes don't have comparisons. Some episodes have commercials. Some episodes have different things in different places to keep it fresh. But I will always keep the advertisements there because I love the advertisement pieces. It's one of my favorite things. You guys have asked to slow down the sections where the advertisement pieces are so that you could read them better. And I want to do that too, but sometimes I find so many advertisement pieces that there isn't enough content, like there's not enough stuff to talk about while the advertisements are going, like the Packard episode. That's partly the reason why I went over the Ultramatic transmission because there were so many Packard ads that I wanted to share, and I try to keep the ads pertaining to that very car, like the four-door sedan. They're going to be advertisements of the four-door sedan or advertisements of the wagon or advertisements of of the car itself, and not just all the cars that they own or that they did. Um, John Panicki says, my dream antique would be a 73 Galaxy 500 four-door sedan with a 351 Cleveland, four-barrel carburetor, and vinyl upholstery. That's a pretty cool car. I haven't seen I haven't seen a 73 Galaxy in the wild. There's a lot of cars, like I'm into a lot of crazy cars, and there's a lot of cars that I haven't seen in the wild yet, or you know, for a long time. Like I was looking for an Edsel wagon. I really wanted to do one this year, but it's been forever since I've seen an Edsel wagon in the wild from any year. Anonymous says, I would love to see you review a 1956 Studebaker Champion or Commander. I have a 56 Champion two door. Where are you located? Um, if you're close to Pennsylvania, I'll come do yours if you're up for it. Oh, yeah. If you guys have a car or cars in your collection and you're up for reviewing, up for me to come out and meet you and review your car, I'm totally down for it. Like I will go to Michigan. I'll go to Ohio. Go to Indiana. Um, yeah, around there, New Jersey. Whatever. Just shoot me an email. It's what it's like here. It's what it's like at yeah. Oh yes. I might update. I might get a Gmail account because so. Yep, it's backwards. Well, I tried. I'll I'll put it in the comments or something like that. Here, yeah, I'll add it to this. All right, now that that's over, okay. All right. So Willie Mack, yeah, Willie Mack says 1961 bubble top or Buick bubble top is his favorite car. That's awesome. Um, DSP 1968 says so. Keep it up. Cool. I definitely will. I can't wait to see where we're at next year because while doing this, you're like in your mind, you're like, how can I possibly make this any better? And because you always, or I always think that I'm putting out my best work. Like every episode is the best, but every episode keeps getting better and better, and that's always good too. Cause and there's still room for improvement because I am really bad at articulation. I need to get better at it. I need to get better at describing things. I need to get better at just um, I don't want to say talking, but yeah, what people don't realize is the classic auto mall venture. How it usually works for me is as I leave here at 4 o'clock in the morning and I get there at like 9, 10, maybe 11, depends. I try to go out there on a Wednesday because they're open the latest on Wednesday. They're open until 8. And I will do anywhere between 15 to one time I did 30 cars in one day, which is insane. But when you start getting into multiple cars and doing multiple things, plus the 5.5 hour drive that it takes to get to Classic Auto Mall, because it's on the opposite side of this, it's on the opposite side of the state. I'm north of Pittsburgh. I'm literally in the middle of Western Pennsylvania, like practically right smack dab in the middle of Western Pennsylvania. I am 10 minutes. We in Pennsylvania we don't talk miles, we talk minutes. I'm 10 minutes from Ohio. So anytime I need gas, I go to Ohio. Gas today in Ohio was $2.69. But if I get it here in Pennsylvania, it's $3 and it's like $3 and it's either $3.70 or it's almost a dollar cheaper in Ohio. So I'll just go out there because it's not that far. Sixth in Arrow 1, have you done a Willis Knight Arrow sleeve valve? I have done two. One was in a Willis, one was in a Falcon Knight. Um, I have not done an engine episode on that yet. I want to get more familiarized with how that engine works before I tackle that beast. It's a totally different monster. Zippy to Strange, you could do just B rolls and share all the ads, though extra time work could sub out the rest of the work to a friend. I I don't know. I thought about I I want this to be my baby. This is my baby. I don't. It's never going to get to a point where I don't want to say never, but I like editing. I like doing my own stuff. I don't know. I just like doing my own thing. Mike Borello says, I like the intro and you're funny. Yeah, maybe funny looking. That's what I tell my daughter all the time. She's like, Dad, you're really funny. And I was like, yeah, funny looking. Uh, yeah, it's pretty cool. Will Gary says the Pinto issue was caused by a defect in the strap, which caused leaking issues. Still better than the Vega, which essentially ate its own engine and rusted from the factory. Very true. Very true. I'm looking for a Vega. I've only seen one Vega in my whole entire existence, and it might still be there. It was in my friend's basement. He raced cars. His dad did. Um, I don't know if I don't know if that's still a thing, if he still has it or what's going on. Um, I wrote down questions. So question number two was, what was the best car you've ever owned? But you guys have already started answering that one. Which cars would you like to see featured on the channel next year? As far as filming stuff for this year is concerned, I'm going to Canton tomorrow to go film some stuff. It's like the stuff that they got there is like 30s cars. They have a 37 Studebaker. Yes, they got a 37 Studebaker Dictator, but it's a police car and it's got bulletproof glasses like this thick. I'm gonna do that car. They have Packards, they got Lincolns, they got some really nice Model Ks. There's a V16, second generation V16 Cadillac that I'm gonna plan on doing. They have a really nice 30s Pontiac. Um, that place is great. I can't wait to see them. John Panicki says there's also a good Packard museum in the old Packard dealership in Dayton, Ohio. That is on the list of places to go. It's been on the list of places to go. I want to go to the Auburn, Cord, and Duesenberg showroom as well. Um, I want to see if I could do that next year. Next year's going to be great. Hopefully, there's a lot of cool prospects that I hope pan out, and I say hope because um, yeah, we'll just leave it at that. Eddie Bennett said he had a '79 Mark V, a big old boat. What kind of Mark V did you have? Did you have the Bill Blass, Gavinci? I say that one wrong. I'm sorry. I suck at pronunciations. I tried to buy numerous Mark Fives. There was an orange one, a burnt orange Mark V that I really kind of sort of wanted because it was burnt orange. Who wouldn't want a burnt orange Mark V? I mean, seriously. Um, but getting back to that whole story, so I found a Mark V on eBay, where you went to go find cars or whatever, and it was an auction. I think it was at $4,000 or whatever. But I found out that it was in Cleveland. Me and my mom went up and looked at it. This guy had a warehouse full of Corvettes. Like the whole perimeter of the showroom was Corvettes, like Stingrays from like the '70s. All right, bud. All right. Um, See my dog? This is Mr. Archie. Oh, oh yeah. This is Archie the dog. He's a He's a King Charles. But yeah, he doesn't like it when I show attention to anybody other than him. Anyway, so getting back to the story, my mom's like, what car are we here to see? And there's this big white Lincoln Mark V in the middle. And I was like, the biggest one in the middle of the room. She's like, why do you want that thing? And I was like, because it's huge. Like, I was like, it's the epitome of luxury. This car didn't have any options. It didn't have quadraphonic sound. It didn't have anything, and I couldn't justify spending. Well, they wanted more than $4,000 for it. I couldn't justify spending that kind of money. It didn't have any options, so I let that one go. Friend of the family had a Mark V collector's edition. Perfect. It only had like 15,000 miles on it. He wanted a lot of money for it. And he passed away. They offered it to me, but I don't think I was any more than 19 years old at the time. Okay, I don't think I was any more than 19 years old at the time, and the money that they wanted for it might as well been $2 million, you know. So they have a Packard museum in Warren, Ohio too. They have a Packard Caribbean convertible in there, but and I've been holding off on that one. Like I'm sure if I reached out, maybe they'd let me come there and shoot some cars. But Packard Caribbean convertibles, like that's like Packard's swan song to me, and I would love to find one from a private individual that we could show how the torsion bars worked. But I found out this year that it wasn't just the Packard Caribbeans that had the torsion bar suspension. All of the Packards from 55 had that awesome suspension setup. So I guess if you got a Clipper, you had the torsion bars as well, which is very interesting because those come up for sale for relatively affordable prices, I should say. Shouting out the clouds, the Edsel car dealership in Austin is the most popular dealership photo in the world. Unfortunately, they tore it down. Oh, that's sad. That's super sad. Yeah. B Parks the third on the Pinto, supposedly because of the short body, when the rear ended at the tank would crumble against the axle and split open, spilling gas everywhere. Yeah. I would love to have a Hudson big boy pickup truck too, Will Gary. That is definitely a vehicle that I would love to have. My favorite pickup truck of all time is the 1937 Studebaker Coupe Express, even though it's technically not a truck. It's drop dead gorgeous. I got to see one at the Gilmore Auto Museum this year, and I was really hoping to see one at Hershey, but that guy didn't come this year. Or maybe, it's crazy. The story at Hershey was the last time I went to Hershey was right when we started this channel, and there was probably 10 Jordans there. This year there was one, and the guy said that everybody else that had them, they passed on. And man, that really hit me because like that's my biggest fear is like I want to see more people use these for more than I want people to use these cars for more than just recreational use. I use my truck every day. Whenever I need a truck, that is my truck. Um, I'm looking for another car. I really want a Metropolitan. And the reason I want a Metropolitan is because I want to do 3 videos with it. And I'll tell you what the 2 videos are. I want to do a long format review on what a Metropolitan is truly like. I want to compare it to a 55 or 56 Thunderbird, which those cars are nothing alike. But if you sit in a 55 or 56 Thunderbird and you see the silhouette, they both have the same silhouette, especially the Series 1 Metropolitan with the fake hood scoop. They look exactly the same, only shorter. The Metropolitan's it's not as long. The Metropolitan is a way more usable car than the Thunderbird. It has a back seat. Yes, you can't really use it, but you could store stuff on it. and the seat doesn't sit right on the floor. The Thunderbird's weird. Like, it's not channeled out enough. It's not tubbed out enough. And like, people will call me out on it and say that they're 6 foot whatever, and they fit in the car fine. It's a weird driving position. You don't have any of that in the Metropolitan. It's not weird. Um, I haven't been in a Healy yet, or a Kaiser Darren. I've been looking for a Kaiser Darren. I found out from somebody that restored a Kaiser Darren 10 years ago that there's only like 30 left. And I didn't realize that they were that rare. I knew that they didn't make that many of them, but I figured because they were made of fiberglass, like the Corvette, that they would have a high survival rating, but that's not true. Gilmore has one, but I wanted to be able to get in it, and so I haven't done one yet. Somebody's been asking for a Henry J. I've been looking like Kaisers, Frasers. If you know me, I like the weird. I like the car. I like to feature the cars that everybody's forgotten about. I like to feature the cars that nobody else cares to feature, because everything deserves to be remembered in history. I believe, especially if it's been made. Um, but that's just me, I guess. Andrea Mills says my favorite car is the 1970 Dodge Super Bee. Sweet choice. Sweet choice. Alan Wayne, my all-time favorite car is a 1960 Chrysler 300F. Another cool choice with the swivel seats. I missed the opportunity to do a couple Chrysler 300s at Hershey. Um, my personality, even now, like, it's getting easier to ask people, but it's still hard. Like, it's hard to approach somebody and say, "Hey, I got a YouTube classic car channel. Can I feature your car?" And all it would entail me is to just walk around the car and just talk about it. And it's weird doing it at car shows, because Hershey's the first one that people actually recognized me, and they're like, "Hey, that's Jay from What It's Like," and you could hear him talking in the background, and the one guy I was doing and we became friends. I was doing the supercharged Franklin, and I heard him say, "Hey, that's Jay from What It's Like," and I looked up and I saw him walk away, and I was like, "Oh wait, I gotta go talk to him." So I went and gave him my information. I said, "Hey man, if I won't give his name out here, but he's probably in the comments section. He's a really cool guy. Um, he has a Buick from the 30s, and we talk back and forth all the time. And I tell you guys that I'm going to a show because I want to meet up with you guys. So many people do YouTube. I don't know. They get like big egos or something, and like they just shut everybody out. I'm like the opposite. If you want to meet me, I make it every possibility for you to meet me. We could talk about cars. I love cars. I love weird cars. I love talking about cars. And that's why we do this live thing, so we can chat back and forth and talk about cars. Um, we need a Christmas special. Willie Mack, what kind of Christmas special would you like to see? Um, put what your proposals are in the comment section. Stephen Lawson says, I like the 62 Chrysler 300H. That's a cool car too. The 300 series it's a really great line of cars. And what sucks is, and what I want this channel to be is, I want people to start driving the cars that are being forgotten. Like, I'm not kidding you. If I ever make it, I'm going to buy a Packard, and I'm going to drive it everywhere. I really will. And or a Chrysler Airflow. I'll drive that car every day. It, I delivered a cabinet to up the road, and we got to talking, and this was before I bought my truck, so this had to have been 4 years ago. It's hard to believe that much time has passed, but he's like, "You look like the guy that drove that '67 Mustang everywhere," and I was like, "I am that guy." He's like, "Man, you inspired a lot of people to buy Mustangs." She's like, "Before you, there wasn't any of them. And then after you, there was all kinds of them around." And I did that with the truck too. Before I bought the truck, nobody had that truck. After the truck, there's a guy up the road that has one. There's a guy past him that has one. Oh, it's great. And I want this channel to inspire people to drive something different. Drive what you like. We live in a world where for the time being, you can drive whatever you want. You know, do it. Stephen Lawson, then again, the 1950 panel trucks are nice. Yeah, they are. They are. I love the sedan deliveries, like especially Pontiac in the early 50s with the Indian head that lights up. Those are so cool. That's my favorite era of Pontiac. A lot of people like the GTO era. That's a really cool era too. But I just love the chrome, maybe not chrome, the stainless that's on those with the silver streak, and they just look so great. Any color. PS says fearless leader has many Ladas and Trabants. He really wants me to do a Trabant. I've never seen a Trabant in person. I've never seen a Yugo in person. But they're definitely on the list to do. That is for sure. Uh, one Yankee says, "Don't look for a Vega." Very eh. Shouting at the clouds. 1921 Oldsmobile Model 43A touring car. I'll get right on that. I gotta find one. Will Gary, is there a plan to do an engine series on the Duesenberg 8? You bet. I want to do the Duesenberg 8. I want to do the Lycoming engine family. Continental is another engine family that I want to do. But those engines, like Franklin, I want to do an episode on Franklin engines. But I don't know if I can do a specific Continental engine or a specific Franklin engine because I don't know if I can find enough information, excuse me, on one engine. But but yeah, Continentals definitely. They made a book on Continental engines. I'm going to try to get that book and then do the episode after that. So Hershey, there was a shark nose Graham, and I missed it, and I that's a car that I really want to feature. I know a guy that has a shark nose Graham. That is definitely a car that I definitely want to feature. Chrysler Airflow was another car that I really wanted to feature this year. Didn't get to feature it. Ruxton, I wanted to feature a Ruxton. Didn't get to do that. There's lots of cars out there um, that I want to feature on the channel. I don't know if we'll get to them next year, the year after. We're here for the long haul. Um, yeah, I definitely want to go to the Auburn Court and Duesenberg Museum. That's for sure. Tom Schmidt, ever go to the Pierce Arrow Museum in Buffalo, New York? No, I've never been there, but I've been to the Pierce Arrow Museum at the Gilmore Auto Museum, and that Gilmore Auto Museum is like heaven on earth if you're into cars, and everybody there is so friendly. And the best thing about Gilmore is you could walk right up to the cars, and like don't touch them. You respect the cars, but you could poke your head in and see what you know, smell it like and smell what they smelt like. Um, that's another thing like that's getting lost. New cars are great. Like I have a Prius and I drive that from to do I drive that to Classic Auto Mall because it's cheaper to drive that than it is to drive any of the other vehicles I have. It's like $20 one way to drive that. So if I took the van, it'd be $40 one way. If I took the truck, oh god, I have no idea what that would cost. The truck doesn't do bad. It gets 20 miles to the gallon, but um, that would be quite a ride. Like you just get the crap beat out of you every which way. Um, but what the new cars are missing is you're not part of the driving experience. The truck, when I drive the truck, you feel everything. Like if if the chassis needs greased, it will tell you. If the brakes need adjusted, it will tell you. If the clutch spring is bad, it will tell you. The new cars don't tell you that. They have lights that will come on, but that's it. And there's such a disconnect, and it's hard to explain to somebody that's never driven a vintage or classic car what that connection is. Um, a lot of people will say, "Yeah, I buy a Porsche because I'm sorry, I buy a Porsche because Porsche is a driver's car." I've never driven a new Porsche. I've driven older Porsches, and and they are drivers' cars, because you're part of the driving experience. A lot of people don't realize what a driver's car is. In my opinion, a driver's car is like you have to double clutch, you have to do everything. That to me is a driver's car. Um, Charles Dalton, if you ever go to the ADC Museum, note there are several other museums nearby. You may want to plan a visit for a couple days. Definitely, I want to go up to their shindig at the end of August. The Auburn Cord and Duesenberg shindig. Uh, I definitely want to do that. Do a 1963 Ford Falcon convertible. I will definitely add that to the list. I am a fan of the 1 year only colors, 1 year only interiors. Willie Mack. Eric C. Hi, Archie. Yeah, yeah, Archie. Yeah, I'm a bit behind. It was good seeing you, John Pinicky. Have a good night. Matthew Cardenas. Big love from Mount Rush, Virginia, Buckingham. I'm a Vega fan. Sweet. Shouting at the clouds. Fab Rats is currently building a 52 Hudson hot rod. How cool. Tom Schmidt. Another one he'd like to see is a 1958 Chevy Impala or Biscayne. I have done a Biscayne, but that was a while ago. There is a 58 Brookwood wagon coming. It's in the pipeline. I don't know when. Car was a little bit customized, but it was still good. There's a couple wagons in the pipeline. There's a 57 Nomad in the pipeline. That was the very first time I was ever in a 57 Chevy Nomad. Cool car. There's a lot of 50 stuff right now. That's why I'm going to Canton tomorrow to try to divvy it up a little bit. One of the better ones that's coming is a I don't know if it's the 40s. It's a Studebaker truck, but it's a co. It's a cab over engine. Very different. I've never seen one like it. Um, Chevy 12-inch clutch. Oh, the truck that I have a 52 Chevy 1-ton truck, 3800 series. It is not stock. It looks stock. It's riding on the stock chassis with stock brakes and stock all that stuff, but the drivetrain's totally different. It's got a when I bought the truck, it had a 327 V8 in it, and that was the whole reason I bought it was because every truck, it doesn't matter what year you get, up until 1975, they all have the same problem. They don't go over 50 miles an hour. They could have 10, 20 gears, but they're all slow. They don't go over 50. My wife said no projects. I wanted a KB5 or KB6. That's what I really wanted. Or, I mean, really wanted was a model double A, 31 or 30 or 31 double A with an 11-foot bed with a Mitchell overdrive behind it. And I really liked the idea of having the original Ford 4-cylinder engine getting 20 miles to the gallon at 70 miles an hour. I thought that was going to be really cool. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a truck in my price range, and Mitchell overdrive is pretty expensive transmission. It's like $5,000, and then find somebody to put it in for you, and I would have had to upgrade the brakes and the tires and all this other stuff, and I just didn't want the headaches. I came this close to buying a KB6 for 3 grand. Um, that truck was the weirdest truck that I ever drove. You had to double clutch it. It didn't have a synchro mesh transmission. No big deal. But first and second were here. Third and fourth, and then fifth. It was a 5 speed. It was fine until you wanted to go back to like from fifth to fourth. It was fine, but you would think third was up here, and it wasn't. It was right next door, and you had to double clutch it and rev match. And I told my wife that if we buy this, we're gonna switch this engine and this rear end. And she's like, "No projects." And I was like, "Fine." She doesn't sound like that either. It's just a like So I found my truck on Facebook Marketplace a year before I bought it. Guy wanted a fortune for it. He wanted like 16 grand for it, and I was like, "Man, that's a nice truck. It's got a 327 in it." He redid the rear end. It had a 373 rear end, so it would go 70 miles an hour. And I was like, "That's perfect." Price isn't perfect, but the truck, perfect. So I told him if I get my crap together, I'm gonna come up and get his truck. Truck's in Muncie, Indiana, too, by the way, which is 6.5 hours that way. So, um, he, I saw it was still on Marketplace, so I messaged him and said, "Hey, this was 1 year later. It's like, you still have the truck?" And he's like, "Yeah." The price was in half. He wanted 8 grand for it. And I was like, "All right." So we went on vacation to Florida. On our way back home from Florida, we drove up through Tennessee, Kentucky, into Indiana, and $7,500 was all I had. That was maxed out. I didn't want to spend that. I wanted to try to get the truck for like $6,500. He was a really shrewd negotiator, as Ed Bullion would say, and I could not get him to budge on price. He was like, and I told him, I was like, "Man, $7,500 is all I have." And I was like, "I'm gonna put it on the road." I was like, What's the furthest you've ever driven it?" He's like, "Oh, I drove it to Newcastle, Indiana." I was like, "How far away is that?" He's like, 50 miles. I was like, "I'm gonna drive it 370 miles one way." And he's like, Good luck." And the whole plan was I have AAA. So I wanted to get it in a 100-mile radius of my house, and I was just gonna have AAA tow it the rest of the way because when I bought this truck, it was Sunday, and I have insurance on all my vehicles, but my insurance company's not open on Sundays, and you know, so he signed the title over to me, and he gave me a license plate from 1952, and I told my wife, I said, "Follow me close, because I don't want nothing to happen to this," and we drove it home with license plate that didn't match the truck. I got it to Ashland, Ohio, and I had it towed the rest of the way. But it was white knuckle the whole way because, you don't know what any of the gauges are supposed to mean, and you don't know if they're accurate. And you don't know, you just drove this truck for the very first time for just 10 minutes around the block, and you spent every dime that you had on it. And but it worked out. I've had it now for 3 years. I absolutely love it. It needs kingpins. I'm going to get that done. I have Rick. If you're watching this, I got I got an appointment to get the kingpins done. January 8th. It's going in. Oh, thank you so much for that donation, whoever CA for doing that. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. I mean, it really means the world. Uh, How about a Crosley wagon? I will totally do a Crosley wagon once I find one. There's one for sale on Marketplace. They only want 5 grand for it. I've been looking for a Metropolitan, like I've said, but my budget's kind of limited. There's other cars that I would really like to have too. Like every year a Silver Hawk comes up for sale around here for like 5. If I have that money when if another one comes up for that, that is a car that I would definitely love to do a long-term review on. Non-supercharged. Uh 57 Golden Hawk is one of my all-time favorite cars. It's of the 50s cars, that is a car that I would love to own, would love to keep. Hudson Hornet from 1950 to 1954. I love those cars. I think those cars are drastically underrated for what they are. Um, the Cars movie gives me chills every time I see the Hudson Hornet because it's such a cool car. And that's another car. If I owned it, I would drive that every day. um, Nothing like bias ply tires on it, says Kevin Smith. Very true. I had bias ply tires on my truck and I just changed them. And I'm still on the fence on whether or not I like the radials. The radials that are on it are rated at 100 pounds of pressure, but I don't. The truck drives like complete shit with 100 pounds of pressure and five, six wheels. Um, yeah, six wheels is right. Six wheels is right. Brain dead. So I took the pressure down to 80, and every time it gets cold and it gets hot, they fluctuate. I never had that problem with the tire with the inner tubes. The bias ply tires with the inner tubes, when I put the tire in there or when I put the air pressure in there, it never fluctuated. I never put air in my tires ever. I never had a problem with it. This setup, anytime it gets cold, I have to put air in them. Anytime it gets hot, I have to put more air in it. I don't know if I like that. It kind of bothers me because the inside tires are hard to put air in because they screwed up the whole system. But that's neither here nor there. But I do like that it rolls more freely. Like it seemed like there was more resistance with the bias tires, but now the kingpins are kind of worn out. It's weird. The kingpin situation, the faster you go, the more stable it gets. But and the shimmy isn't coming from the front; it's coming from the back. Like whenever it's weird. So I don't know. Hey Charles, it was great. Thank you so much for everything. Um, Glad that you could make it to the live chat. Ironclad Ranch and Forge. I am definitely going to do another episode on my truck. Speedometer broke. There's a bunch of like little things that are just adding up into more stuff to fix. But yeah, I'm definitely going to do another episode on my truck, and it'll be a more, instead of like all over the place like the first one was, it will be more centralized on the 3800 series. But yeah, so there's a guy up the road that has a 2 ton truck. There's a guy down the street that has a half ton truck. I wanted, excuse me, I wanted to find a half ton, a 3/4 ton, which is the rarest one of all of them, a 3/4 ton, a 1 ton, 1.5, 2 ton, all the way up to the commercial, and show the differences throughout because the 1 ton's in a bit of a gray area. It's got the same fenders and everything else that it's just on a beefier chassis. The the 1.5 ton and the 2 ton trucks have bigger fenders, and they're easier to distinguish between. Uh, yeah, it's hard to tell a 3/4 ton from a 1 ton. The half ton is super easy to tell because it's the smallest one. There's a reason it didn't go over 50 miles an hour. A lot of people say, well, why do you want to drive over 50 miles an hour? It's not because I can. It's just got to keep up with traffic. Traffic's 70. The people drive like absolute lunatics here, and they'll pull right out in front of you, and I don't know. People just don't care about the other people on the road here for whatever reason. Like I absolutely hate it when I'm going the speed limit or 5 miles above, and somebody pulls right out in front of me and decides to go 20 miles an hour slower than I was going. There, I have three big pet peeves while driving. That's one of them. That that that's one of them. But the one that I hate absolute most is when they're in the passing lane and they just sit there. It drives me nuts. Just move over. If you're not going to pass them, move over. Um, this one lady cut me off in the truck, and it was pretty bad that she was going so slow. It was the speed limit was 55 and she was going 25 that I just got fed up and went around her. It's pretty bad whenever a 52 Chevy can, you know, drive faster than you, I guess. Um, Fraser Burnley. My first car I bought was a 57 Studebaker. It was 14 years old. My brother took it, but he gave me a 58 Olds when I turned. I love the design. What model of Studebaker was that? 57 is one of my favorite years of Studebaker. Was it the President? Was it a Hawk? Like I said a couple minutes ago, 57 Golden Hawk is one of my favorite cars of all time. It's a car that I really want to own. Um, but I'm afraid that if I ever buy that car, I don't think I'll ever sell it, like, because they're so cool, and I think that you could get a Golden Hawk like anywhere between 20 and 50, and I think for that money, they're drastically underrated, and they didn't make that many of them. Like I think they made less than 3,057 and 58. They're even rarer. They only made the Golden Hawk from 57 to 58. They made the Silver Hawk from 57 to 61, but it has the pillars and it's not supercharged. It's a 289, but it doesn't have the blower. But that's the whole that's the glory about that car is it's a hard top. It's a hard top coupe with the supercharged Studebaker engine. But the other thing, there's only one thing that I don't like about that car, and it's the dashboard. I wish they would have used the dashboard from the 56. The 56 President had a really nice dashboard. The big pods, they went to these really tiny pods, and it just it doesn't do it for me. But the rest of the car, fantastic. I did a 57 sorry, I did a 56 Studebaker Golden Hawk with the Packard V8. It was the only car that Studebaker made that they used the Packard V8 because I don't remember the whole reasoning behind it. I think they thought maybe their V8 wasn't powerful enough at that point in time. The Packard V8 was a very powerful V8, but it was very heavy. Mi- Willie Mick says for the live chat, maybe Santa hat live chat, maybe some grandpa stories. Yeah, I could tell some grandpa stories. For this one, I don't have a Santa's hat. I was like looking around to see if I had one available. I don't know. Maybe we could do another live event. I'm up for whatever. Uh, but yeah, I miss Grandpa. I miss my dad. My dad passed away 7 years ago. Kind of sucks, but but yeah, Grandpa was my best friend. He, for those that don't know, he got the privilege of dying twice. He died once when I was about 4 or 5, somewhere around 1995 era. Um, he was dead for 16 minutes and he came back. And he talked about what it was like on the other side, and he said it wasn't his choice. He didn't want to come back, but God made him come back, and he was supposed to go to all these different churches and talk about his experience. And he is a procrastinator. He had his hands in a lot of stuff. In a lot of ways, I'm like him. Like I got my hands in a lot of stuff. He had a greenhouse empire. We had like 3 or 4 green. He was in the plant business, and um, he would buy plants from different greenhouses and like trays and trays of plants, and he'd put them in bigger pots and then grow them and sell them. He'd plant his own seeds. Some things took longer to germinate than other things. So the things that took longer to germinate, he'd go to bigger greenhouses and buy sheets of. I can't even tell you. I've lived almost another lifetime without him. He died for real when I was 16. But anyway, he had a greenhouse. He had land, and we would go farm the land. Maybe, I don't know, on 20 acres he'd have like corn on one splotch of it, and then down the road he'd have another splotch. And um, it's it's really sad because he died for real when in 2005. I was 16. He died 2 days, 3 days before I got my driver's license. And uh, yeah, so um, I was gonna say something, but I'm not gonna go into that. But yeah, it sucks. It still sucks. I mean, uh, he was my best friend. He taught me a lot. He taught me handshake is what, a man's word is his handshake. We live in a world now that I believe that, but there's a lot of people that don't know how to shake hands. Um, Sorry if I broke your hand when shaking it. It's just uh, I I don't know. I shook somebody's hand at yeah. But anyway, so yeah, grandpa. So he was supposed to go and tell his story to all these churches and stuff, and he was up at the farm the one day by himself. I was at school, and I generally would go up there and help him pick stuff or hoe the garden, like get rid of the weeds and stuff. But anytime his defibrillator, he had a defibrillator put in to shock his heart. Anytime his defibrillator would go off, he said everything would get blurry like it did. He was fertilizing the garden, and everything got blurry, and he knew it was going to go off. Defibrillator goes off. He flies off the tractor. He was on a 52 Farmall Cub with the cultivators, cultivating the the plants. It's the easiest way to get rid of weeds because it takes the weeds and it like turns it. Um, and he flew off the tractor, and he was the only one up there. So when he came to, he pushed a button on the tractor to stop it. And towards the end of his life, he's like, I know, I'm going, kind of thing, like because he was a kind of a procrastinator. But his whole thing was because that happened and he didn't want to fly off the tractor, he put a rope on the tractor and he would tie himself to the tractor so if his defibrillator would go off, he would be okay. Um, but yeah, he died when I was 16 and I'm 34 now, and he gave me my first car, and I don't have that anymore. Like he built this incredible empire, and all of it's gone. And like I was telling my wife yesterday, like that's what sucks. Like it, the stuff only means it's only the stuff only means something for a very short amount of time. When kids take over, the stuff all gets sold, and like my dad passed away, and all his stuff is gone. The only thing that's left is the house that my the only thing that's left is the house that my parents built, and and it's sad, Eric C, thank you so much for the donation. You didn't have to do that, man. It means a lot. Juan Yankee said I had a Metropolitan and it was amazing. It started every time. I'm There's only two things that I'm worried about with the Metropolitan, and it would be I heard the spindles are very weak in the front. I might change those, and the Lucas Electrics. I heard it's the Prince of Darkness, but I don't think rewiring that car would be all that ludicrously expensive. When I bought my '67 Mustang, I was 21. It brings back a flood of memories. I paid $5,000 for a '67 Mustang around 2010, 2011, something like that. I bought it off of Craigslist. It it was not numbers matching. It had a 351 Windsor FMX 3-speed automatic behind it, and I think it had to have 411s. It would only go 110 miles an hour, but it was fast. It was quick getting there. Um, if you put it in drive and drove the car like you were supposed to drive it, the car was a total dog. If you shifted it manually, it was incredible. You could hit 60 miles an hour in first gear and shift it to second, burn out doing it, and hit 80 miles an hour in second gear. It was incredible. But I bought that car to establish credit, and I paid it off in a year and a half ish. Um, then I went back to the bank without my mom, and mom had the cosign for the loan. The whole reason was to establish credit. I went back to the bank without mom, and I asked for $7,500. Excuse me. I wanted to get the engine done. I wanted to paint it, and that's all I really wanted to do at that point. So in 2012, when I got this stuff done, I I had the car painted. They disassembled the car. I had the car painted for $3,500. I had the engine built, like they did all the. He put electronic ignition in it and put a mild cam in it because when I bought the car, it had a radical cam in it. It shook the ground that you were standing on. It sounded amazing, but it would not hook up right. It needed a stall converter, um, but so I listened to my dad. My dad told me that whenever I had the engine rebuilt, that I should have him put a mild cam in it. So I had him do that. It had these big, huge roller rockers on the top, and he rebuilt the engine for like $1,500 or something like that. Cleaned it all up, and then found out that the car started up on its own. It almost shot through the wall because it did. It would start in any gear. It didn't have a neutral safety switch, and you couldn't tell if what gear you were in because the transmission that was in it wasn't supposed to be in it, and it didn't line up with the settings that said what gear it was in. So anytime that I was going to drive it, I parked it at my grandma's house. I'd put it in neutral, and I'd push it out of her garage. So if I started it and it was in drive, it wouldn't take off through the wall because it was really the hardest car that I've ever had to stop. The brakes were, it had a dual master cylinder, but it was really hard to stop for whatever reason. I mean, it had drums on all four corners, but my truck has drums on all four corners, and it's easy to stop. The truck actually drives and rides and stops better than my '67 Mustang did. Um, but there's a lot of cool memories with that car, and I kind of miss it. But if I had the money to buy another Mustang, I don't know if I would. It's one of those weird things. Like I love the car, I love the experiences that I had with it, but there's so many more cool cars out there that could be had for that kind of money. I don't know. Um, Kevin Smith says 55, 56, 57 Thunderbird is my dream car. I'm going to tell you the 57, for whatever reason, it seems like it has more space in it. Everybody says that they're the same cabin space. I've been in all three. 57's the easier one to get in and out of, and the seat sits a little higher on the off the ground. It's the Thunderbirds are weird, and they're weird. I don't know how else to really describe it. Andrea Mills, I have the split wheels. They are at the back of my house actually. I don't know what I want to do. Like I don't know. I like how it rides and handles. It drives better. I'm getting better gas mileage than I was with the bias tires, but there's pros and cons to all of it. I don't know if the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Ever since I adjusted the tire pressure, it rides better. It's not nearly as bad as it was at 100 pounds of pressure. Um, I still have them. I guess I guess the thought process is if I find another vehicle, like another truck that, because a lot of times when you find those on Facebook Marketplace, they generally need brake work and they need tires. Well, I got a set of wheels that I could put on a truck, but Kevin Smith, twin I beam. Yep. It's got leaf springs in the front too. Yeah, that's another thing. A lot of people like somebody got really mad whenever they're like, "Oh, you're telling people to subscribe and you haven't even done anything yet." And I was like, "Yeah, I tell people to subscribe, but I don't tell them to give them thumbs up or thumbs down or whatever. You guys, if you guys like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't." Thanks, Eric C. I really appreciate that for Gramps. Yeah, he's oh God. There's so many cool stories about Grandpa. Um, he was a great guy. I miss him. I mean, like I said, I've lived the whole lifetime without him, and I sometimes wonder, like if there was one time, so you know about doppelgangers, right? Like there's people that look like other people. There's somebody in the comment section that says I look like their grandson. I get that sometimes, but right after my dad died, there was a guy at a craft show that looked just like my dad, and he wore the same. My dad wore. I wear collared shirts. My dad wore like muscle shirts, and he was standing there, and I was like, I Haley was right next to me. I was like, "Do you see what I see?" And she's like, "Yeah, he looks just like your dad." And I was like, "Yeah, it's nuts, isn't it?" Well, I saw a doppelganger of my grandpa too, and that really hurt because he's my best friend, and I was like, "Man, he looks just like just like him." You Thank you so much for the donation, Stephen. Um, really appreciate it. I will definitely look for a 63 Falcon. Does it have to be a convertible? Um, I think Classic Automall might have a 63 Falcon. I did a Falcon, but that footage got messed up. I went to Classic Automall a couple months back, and I shot 25 cars. I came home and I did 47 Ford. I pulled off the Ford. I did it that night when I got home. Just to let you know, when I go to Classic Auto Mall, it's a 23-hour day for me. It's 5.5 hours out there. I spend a lot of time out there. I usually don't leave until 8 at night. I get home. If I don't go anywhere to eat, I'll get home at like 1 or 2 in the morning. It's a 24 hour day for me. I got home early that day. I got home at 1. Yeah, I got home early. Sometimes I don't get home till 2 or 3, or sometimes 4 o'clock. And I was like, man, I'm so stoked. So I pulled off all the footage of the 47 Ford because I thought that's what you guys wanted to see was the Ford episode. And after that, the rest of it, for whatever reason, it all got corrupted. So it was like I never did it. And I was like, man, this sucks. There was so many good cars on there. There was a Falcon. There was a six. It was either 63 or 64 Falcon. It was that uh, that like lightish greenish color, almost similar to that. Um, yeah, that sucked. P.S. More dollars to replace EV batteries than they're worth new. Very true. I'm working on a documentary. I want it to be one of the best episodes that I've ever made. I was hoping that it will come out this month, but I'm not entirely sure. It's going to be on the electric car, and it's going to be every aspect of it, like the mining of the cobalt, the environmental. You know, I want to cover everything, and I'm not against electric cars. I kind of like for the longest time, I wanted a Tesla. I wanted a Model 3. I wanted a Model S. I saw the Cybertruck got released, and they look cool. But I'm making this video because if you're thinking about getting an electric car, you should know everything about it. Like if you're driving down the road and it spontaneously explodes, like you should know that that could happen. I was watching the news. This lady had a Mercedes Benz EQS, one of those really expensive ones, and it wasn't even her car. Mercedes Benz loaned it to her while she was getting her car fixed. She parked it in the garage. Her house burned down. Like, I'm not saying that gasoline powered cars don't catch on fire because they do. It can happen to anybody. Transmission fluid catches on fire. Um, but gas cars don't catch on fire unless they're hot or moving. These electric cars, they could catch on fire at any point, any time. And they get so hot that they can melt concrete, which is just mind blowing to me. And that's what I want to do. I'm going to make a video explaining all of it. And a lot of it's going to be a totally different video. I watched a lot of documentaries on YouTube. I want it to be like a documentary. Like I want it to come in with like a news broadcast or something like that, and me just explain things as the show goes on or whatever. Um, but I haven't figured out exactly how I want to portray it. It's going to be a big project. Epic E, you made it, man. I'm happy you're here. Uh, Eric C. Mercury Dream Car, 1958 Mercury Commuter, two-door hardtop wagon. Non-Mercury, 1962 Imperial Ragtop. Those are two really rare cars, man. But they're awesome. I've never seen a commuter two-door Mercury wagon. Definitely something that I'll have to look for. Uh, Juan Yankee says I had 6 different '64 Ford Falcons. Great cars. I heard that they're pretty good. Good night, Andrea. Thank you so much for coming out. Um, Jan Juan Yankee says we're gonna end up hating EVs. Personally, what I think's going to happen is I don't know if you guys follow cryptocurrency. I don't really follow it. Um, but you remember all of these finance channels are like FTX is the best way to get into cryptocurrency. I honestly believe that EVs are going to be that. All of these big time YouTubers, like car YouTubers that are saying that you have to get an EV, I don't see it being a sustainable way to power the planet. People say that it's for the environment and that's why they're doing it. That's a lie. If it was for the environment, they would do hydrogen, or back in the early 2000s, they had cars in France that ran off of compressed air. So you could go anywhere to where there was a compressed air tank station and fill up your car. They would only go 70, 80 miles per hour or whatever, and they sounded like lawnmowers. But if I can find the link, I'll link it. I was definitely going to add that to the EV episode. That's for sure. But but yeah, that's the biggest lie going, because when they mine the cobalt in the EV, like for the batteries, that that's really detrimental to the environment. The batteries for the long there's places that can recycle those batteries, but it's very hard to recycle lithium ion batteries because they're very unpredictable and they catch on fire and they blow up. I have tons of content of vehicles, electric vehicles on the back of trailers that are on fire. They're brand new. There was a ship in the middle of the ocean that one electric car caught on fire. It melted the concrete, fell down inside the ship, and caught all of the cars on fire. I don't know. And like I said, I like electric cars. I want to review the Hyundai Ioniq 6. I think that that's a stellar looking car. But the thought that it could catch on fire at any moment for just looking at it the wrong way, I don't know. I've read Toyota has a new battery pack out that's supposed to be incredible, which I don't understand why they just don't go with the hybrid technology like the Prius. It gets 45 miles, 50 miles to the gallon, and I don't know. We could go down a huge rabbit hole with this. Why can't cars like the Z600 that we just reviewed? It could get up to 70 miles to the gallon in theory. Honda only said 40, but owners said that they were getting 50, 60, some said 70 miles to the gallon depending on how you drove. And why can't we do that now? Why can't we have a car the size of a smart car with a big single cylinder in it? I don't know. Zippy the Strange covered the insanity of the ethanol craze. Ethanol's been around for a long time, and a lot of people they ask, hey, why is the compression rating so low on some of these cars? And farmers back in the day, I was reading, they would make their own gas out of corn and use it in their Model Ts and Model As. We can't do that for some reason now. I don't know. Will Gary, yeah. Remember, electrical fires are harder to put out. I was listening to a firefighter that had to put out an electric car. They bring in a gigantic train car, like one of those, um, almost like a shipping container, and they fill it with water and they put the car inside the water and keep it there because they can't put it out because they will just keep igniting themselves. It's scary. Um, the other thing that people don't talk about is the government, depending on what state you're in. In Pennsylvania, we pay 75 cents a gallon for gas tax, and it's supposed to go for road repair. But we got the shittiest roads of anybody. Look, a year ago, a bridge fell in Pittsburgh. Um, couple 5 years ago, probably longer than that, a big sinkhole opened up and swallowed a Port Authority bus in Pittsburgh. But we pay one of the highest gas taxes, supposedly to mitigate that, but neither here nor there. Do you think once everybody goes electric, that the gas tax, nobody's going to be paying gas tax anymore? My theory, this is just a theory, is they want everybody to go electric because not everybody drives a gas car. But 98% of people, this is just a percentage point that I just pulled out of the air, use electricity. So they could tax your electric rate more. Just a theory. They're not going to give up the tax on it, and the grid can't support it, and it's a pipe dream that they're pushing. Um, it's a pipe dream that they're pushing for a greener environment, but it's not going to make it greener. I could get into so many things with this, but it's like the problem is it's borderline political, and I keep politics off my channel. And yeah, I don't want to I don't want to get political or anything. And there's yeah, and Like, I don't care what side you're on. I got friends on both sides. Uh, yeah, Wayne, I can't wait for the EV episode either. I hope I don't piss a bunch of people off. That's always my I I try to keep an open mind and not piss anybody off. That's big thing here. Uh, John Boyd, good to see you down there, man. EV include the new carbon 14 diamond batteries. They say they could last 50 years. New batteries with radiation and diamonds. I don't know. Like, and a lot of this technology hasn't been tested yet. And they're trying to push it on us to there's a bunch of problems wrong with it. This country was built on oil and diesel fuel. Without diesel fuel, this stuff isn't going to get moved around. Um, it's yeah, yeah, it's borderline political. Like, you say one thing and people get mad at you, but I I don't know. I think look at it this way: they had electric cars at the turn of the last century. What happened to them? San Francisco was fully electrified. They had electric streetcars. They had electric everything. They threw it all away just to try to go back to it like 60 years later. It doesn't make sense. Will Gary, plus they ain't they're not environmentally friendly as they claim to be. You're 100% correct in that. They aren't. And I don't know. They're not environmentally friendly. Whatever happened to the hydrogen cell car thing for cars, says Eric C. I have no idea. They should bring back hydrogen. They said it was dangerous if you got rear ended and probably explode. But this is my thought process. Why can't you have an engine that runs off of gasoline in the very beginning, have an onboard air compressor? The engine doesn't know what is driving the piston down. Why can't you shoot compressed air in there? And have an onboard compressor to fill up a tank and just keep shooting air into the pistons like direct injection, but use gas to start the system. Stephen Kavir, I had a 52 Chevy three quarter ton with bad kingpins. It was scary to drive above 25 miles an hour. Finally got him. Seemed mine isn't bad to drive. It shimmies a little bit, but once you get it up past 10, 15 miles an hour, it stables out. It flattens out and it's fine. The faster you go, the more stable it is. And yeah, my I've had my truck for 3 years and I've never adjusted the brakes, and it doesn't have self-adjusting brakes. But I don't really use the brakes to stop in that truck. I use the transmission to stop. Um, but every time I leave here, I pump the brakes because they all sort of grab different. I'm going to have them look at that and make sure that the brakes are good. The brakes seem fine, but I've only had the power stop. I mean, like push emergency, like, oh shit, stop, like in that truck only twice. Um, EVs are taxpayers being gifted. Yeah, I guess. John Boyd, EV cars have a real good chance with new battery technology. Yeah, I I just don't I don't see I'm trying to figure out how to word this. I think all of the automotive companies are going to try to go electric. They're going to find out that it's not possible, like either money, battery technology, um, something's going to happen where they just it won't make sense to go to move forward. Um, I don't know. I don't know what it will be, but But I don't think it's right. The government shouldn't force you to buy something that you can't afford to buy. Like electric vehicles cost a fortune, and then the batteries go. Like the Hyundai Ioniq 6 that we were just talking about. I think the base price for that car is like 40 grand. There isn't one for sale for 40 grand. All the ones that I've found are 50 plus. And you might get 100,000 miles out of battery, you might not. Matt Josephson, gasoline forever. Yeah. I'm not against alternative fuels. I'm sure there'll become a time when, you'll be converting your classic car to something else. But I'm not a conspiracy theorist. But if you look at the Chrysler Turbine project, that car would run off of anything that would burn. They pulled the plug on it in the 60s. Right as they pull the plug on it, the gas shortage happens. Chrysler gets bailed out by the government X amount of times. Do you think that was because of them canceling the jet program? Because we were all supposed to be driving in jet cars by now. I don't know. It's just interesting. The timing is very interesting. B Parks the Third. I look forward to your EV episode. Would you like to see a Mercury Commodore commuter wagon too? Used to be here in Austin, Texas years ago before it disappeared. Yeah, I definitely want to cover that wagon. I've never seen one in person, but I definitely will. John Boyd, radiation depletion can last 28,000 years producing electricity. I was talking to a lady that said that we all should have little nuclear reactors and just drive around with that. And I was like, yeah, that would be great. But what happens if you get in a car accident and the radiation is out there? It's like, that would be detrimental to your health and the environment. Eric C. got a jet. Thanks, Jay. Have a great night, Eric. Thank you so much for everything. I appreciate the donation and everything. Thank you. Um, Juan Yankee says primitive cars were ethanol tolerant iron, not exotic metals. P.S. J. Got you. P.S. J. Got you oof track would with EVs might. Yeah. Yeah, it would probably be about $60,000 to replace an Ionic 6 battery today. One Yankee says, no politics, everything is so political. Everything is so political now. I get really sad in the world we live in. Like, if you're on one side, you hate the other side. If you're on another side, you're tolerant to everybody, but the other side hates you. Um, it's so stupid. I don't hate anybody based on religion, politics. I have friends on both sides, um, but I'm very particular on. Yeah, we won't say that. I was gonna say I'm very particular on who I'm friends with on Facebook because once they find out whatever side I'm on, and if it's not their side, I usually get canceled. But I it, it doesn't bother me. Whatever. P.S. Dream or nightmare, John. Hydrogen powered Pinto. Boo boo! Oh, only if you hit it in the right spot. It will only detonate if you hit it in the right spot. P.S. If I had a bigger budget, I would buy a Pinto and I would blow it up for you because you've been with the channel forever, and I just think that would be awesome. But I don't know what the legality is of blowing something up. I don't know if you can do that legally. Um, I don't know. I guess it would depend on what state you're in. I'm in Pennsylvania. I don't know. I don't know what the legality is of that. but I'll have to look up. Jay spent nuclear fuel rods and diamonds. B Parks the third here in Austin. They added 3 extra taxes on our electric bill, just like all of the tax fees on phone bills. That's crazy. Um, I was talking to somebody at a car show. I don't know if it was a car show. I might have been talking to Bob. Um, Bob from yeah. So that was a. I have a list of stories that I wanted to tell you, but I just been rambling about random stuff. So funny story, real quick. So when I did Bob's Fun World, I was under the impression that we were allowed to do that. When I posted the episode, I got ridiculed for elder abuse and all this other stuff. I was like, he consented to it. I was like, he was with me while I was shooting everything, and he was totally fine with it. And just, I don't know, like, there was other people saying, like, don't give out the location of that. I was like, I would never give out their address on the internet. Like, I was kind of offended in a way that people thought that I was going to get. I was like, I don't even know Bob's address. I was like, I can only get there from Rick's house, and I don't even know Rick's address. I like, so I was like, but yeah, I've only been to Bob's house twice, and I've gotten there from Rick's. They're both friends of mine that I met from the channel, and anyway, I spent the day with Bob when we did Bob's Fun World, and he took me, excuse me, and he took me out to dinner or whatever, and I let him drive to the restaurant in my Prius. When we left the restaurant, his wife went to church or something like that, and he went. Um, we were going to go back to his place, but I drove, and I did not know that when you came out of the parking lot, I wasn't from there. I didn't know. I didn't know that that was a one way. It was a 3 lane one way, and into I turned I turned left getting out of there, which wasn't the way that you were supposed to go. And Bob's like, oh, and I was like, what's wrong? And I see lights coming towards us, and I was like, oh shit! And I was like, Bob, why didn't you tell me that this was a one way? and, and I wanted to go up the exit ramp, but somebody blocked me, and I was like, hold on to something, Bob, and I whipped it around. He's like, I didn't know this thing could turn this sharp, and then we just kept going the other way. But that was pretty embarrassing. I was like, I almost killed Bob. We almost head on collided with another car. It all worked out, and the cops weren't called, but but yeah, that was a crazy experience. But yeah, so there's that. Hydrogen costs a lot right now. Zippy the Strange says. What about somebody made a water cell? Like, what if you made a car that ran off of water? Or what if you made a car that ran off of methane? Or what it, because like you could fart and just produce methane to run your car. There's all kinds of different means of propulsion that um, would be better to the environment than gas. But honestly, are cars the biggest threat to the environment? Think about the airplanes that fly up in the ozone layer. Like, why aren't they going out? Those don't have catalytic converters or anything. They're just dumping their pollutants out there where the ozone layer, closer to the ozone layer itself. Um, I don't know. I don't have all the answers. I really don't. Skywatcher, you are I'm sorry. Skywatcher, you are keeping our automotive past in the present. Thank you so much for that. No, I was born way too late. I would love to see this stuff on the road more often, and I'm going to make an episode one day about what it's like to have a classic car in the modern age, because a lot of people don't realize when you own a car like that. Like when I drive my '52 Chevy truck in public, I drove it the other day. I drove it the other day to get wood, and I passed somebody. They whipped out their cell phone and they were taking video of me because they just could not believe this relic of a vehicle was even on the road. And you feel like a celebrity. Anytime you come out of the store, there's always a huddle of people around it. You'll never lose it in the parking lot because it's different than all the blobs that they make today. Everything's just so generic. Everything's just so boring. And a lot of these newer car enthusiasts, they don't really know what a quality car feels like, frankly. Luxury today versus what luxury was back in the day are two totally different luxuries. Like, I personally think piano black plastic is crap, uh, but that's the luxury material of today. It it doesn't make any sense. Um, John Boyd, radiation in your microwave in your kitchen. Are you scared? Uh, a little. Skywatcher, it ain't political. It's us dropping the ball. Skywatcher, Pennsylvania blows up Pintos. I would love. I'm not talking out of my ass. I would really love to blow up a Pinto. I think that would be pretty cool. I don't have the property to do it or the budget. Pintos are getting hard to find. Like when I was a kid, I found a Pinto for 500, $600. Now they're more than that. It's crazy. Kevin Smith, Pintos were good little cars. I've heard that too. I've heard that too. Skywatcher, dude, people are strange. Good to see you, Will Gary. Definitely see you next video. It will be on the Ford FE engine family. That will either come tomorrow or come the day after. I'm not entirely sure. I got a lot of stuff going on tomorrow. I still have to finish the script. What's it like? Loves wheels. I love cars. I love cars. I love cars off the beaten path. We try. I try to feature. I try to feature all the lost and forgotten cars. Somebody asked me what the goal was. The goal is to cover all the car, at least one car from every manufacturer from 1930 to 1964. And we're gonna do other cars outside of that. But it seems like the audience, which you guys like, is between 1930 to 1964. Um, I definitely, I definitely want to cover more Japanese cars this year. It might surprise you. I'm into Japanese cars. I like Datsuns. I like Hondas. I like Toyotas. Um, yeah, definitely do some more of those. Maybe some more German cars. There are three exotic cars in the pipeline. We've already done the Honda. I call them exotic cars, but imports, I guess. We've already done the Honda. There is a 1950 Mercedes Unimog. I didn't get in that one because it was too hard to climb up to it, and I didn't want to be stuck in it. And you'll see why. And the Lancia, I did a Lancia. I did not fit in the Lancia. I couldn't get my leg past the steering wheel, and my head. It had like a tonneau roof, like canvas canopy roof. My head was sticking out of it. My eyes came up to here. it was it was nuts. Um, Skywatcher, EPA needs halted and investigated. I agree. A lot of the government agencies, like, did you guys see that CIA killed JFK? Like, that's nuts. Like, how can an organization get so powerful that they can just whack off the president of the United States and then cover it up and hide it for as many years as they did. It's absolutely insane. And that's just what we know. Just imagine all the other stuff they've covered up over the years. Zippy to Strange costs a lot to make methane. Can't crack enough hydrogen. In time, houses could have mini hydrogen crackers, connected pipes, and network hydrogen pipes. But in time, and that's like with the electricity thing. They don't have the infrastructure to support it. Like Tesla has all these supercharging networks set up everywhere, and that's what everybody wants to use. They want to use the Tesla supercharger network, but we just not everybody can have an electric car for multiple reasons. The grid won't support it. They're expensive, and yeah, there's a lot to it. David McKinley, mine was a '79 Lincoln Continental Mark V, sky blue with white top and white leather interior. That car sounds absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for sharing your car with us. Skywatcher, you are correct for sure. Skywalker, thank you so much for loving the channel. I really appreciate you guys from the bottom of my heart. I really do. I love reading the comments in the comments section, and I read and answer all of them. And up until like certain point, because we were putting out so much content, it was getting hard to keep up with all of them. I'm definitely going to go back after this and make sure I answer everything. But yeah. B Parks the Third. Volcanoes don't have catalytic converters and spew out more carbon and heat than we were trying to stop. I 100% agree with that statement. Oh God, how much trouble do I want to get in? Climate change. Like, I believe climate change exists, but I don't think that we have anything. I don't think we have any control over it. I think it's just something that exists. Like, think about it. Like, how many times has the Earth heated, and how many times we've had periods of heat and we've had periods of cold, and they've been saying for years. Al Gore said the polar ice caps will be gone. The seas will rise up and turn yellow, and New York City is not underwater. Florida is not underwater. California is not underwater. We're still doing great. We're still living. It's all a lie. It's all, and the human race, I believe, we find a problem, and we just have to fix it. Even if it's not a problem that we can fix. I just think it's human nature. We want to be in control. Like, think about it. You have an animal comes on your property, a bear. You want to go out and get rid of it, right? Because it's on your property and you want to have control over it. I think that this situation is a lot like that. People see different temperatures. You know, it was negative 20 degrees last winter because of climate change. It was never that cold in Pennsylvania in my existence. Not last year. It was the year before that. But last year we had a really mild winter. I don't know. You know, and the whole climate change thing, like, I'm going to get it. Like, because that's a big issue. People have issue with. If you believe in climate change, you're good. If you don't believe in climate change, you're bad, and you have to be exiled or something. I don't know. It's stupid, the world we live in. You know, that's just my opinion. I think that I think climate change is a lot like the seasons, but instead of it being every couple of months, it's every couple 100 or 1,000 years, because we go in cycles. But I don't know. That's just what I think. I'm not a rocket scientist or anything like that. I just do YouTube videos. Free thinker, I guess. I did, Eric E. I did an episode on the Tucker torpedo. It technically not called the torpedo; it's just called the Tucker. Um, yeah, I did that. I will see about sending you the link. That was an older episode. I was at it was at the Hershey AACA Museum, right there with their Tucker uh, dealership. It was really cool episode. That's a really big car. People don't realize that's a big car. I'm trying to think it's probably about as big as a Lincoln Mark V. It's pretty long, but I wasn't able to get in it, and it was a bit dark. John Boyd, Morris Minor Mini, fun car. I haven't done a Morris Minor yet. One day. Skywatcher, my generation dropped the ball. Your future is good luck. I got your back. For those that don't know, I'm a millennial. I don't believe anything that the millennials believe. I believe if you want something in life, that you are the only person that's going to make that happen for you. Nobody owes me anything. Um, that's just what I believe. I was born too late. Bob McCurdy, my friend from Pittsburgh. Climate does change every day, man. It does. I honest Skywatcher. I get called boomer all the time. That I was like, I should be a boomer, but I'm not. Um, John Boyd, you're an antique. That's cool. Um, yeah. So I'm trying to think what else. Greenfield Village. That is one heck of a show. If you guys can go, I highly recommend that show. It's the best show this side of the Mississippi because you can see all of the cars being used in their intended usage, and you don't have to be a YouTuber and just say, "Hey, I like your car," and could I go for a ride? And then most people are more than happy to take you for a ride in their car, um, which is insane to me. It's like inspired me. I kind of sort of want to see if there's any way that we could put together an Art Deco show like that. Because Art Deco cars are getting lost. Like, say, like 1930 to 1960. Like the 50s era. It would be really cool to see 50s cars in motion. Maybe a 50s period correct town or something. But that's a pipe dream of mine. Kevin, thank you so much for thinking that this is a great show. I don't know if I don't know. I don't really consider myself very entertaining, but I appreciate you guys. I really do. I wish I had a better backdrop than this. I was gonna try to green screen my '52 Chevy behind me, but I'm not that tech savvy. 1961 vintage. See, when people, I don't know. I have a different outlook on life. I guess I don't believe when somebody says, "Yeah, I got an old truck," and I was like, well, "How old's your truck?" And they'll be, "Oh, I got '90s pickup up truck." I was like, "That's not old." Uh, Even if somebody says they have a '50s truck, I don't really think that that's old. But if somebody says, "Yeah, I got a truck from the '30s," that's old. Um, to me, anyway. I don't know. Different way of thinking about things, I guess. Start your own Craigslist. We'll follow. Um, I don't know. I'm good. I'm pretty ambitious about doing some different things, but I don't want to be the next Doug DeMuro. I don't want a car selling website thing. That's too much. Sweet. Okay, so what is your favorite automotive era? Mine is I like the 30s and I like the 50s. I don't know which ones I like more. I don't know if I like fenders or fins. Both of them I really enjoy. Also, what was your favorite episode on the channel so far? And we're probably gonna hang out here for another, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes, and then probably call it a night. I got to finish writing the script for tomorrow, or at least try to get it done for tomorrow. And it just seems like I'm rambling at this point. It's cool that I get to see you guys comment in the comment section, and I could read it back to you guys. I think that's really cool. John Boyd likes the brass and glass era. Kevin Smith, Duesenberg. I missed my opportunity. I could have done two There was 6 Duesenbergs at Hershey this year. I'm definitely going to try to cover some more heavy hitters next year. That's for sure. A couple goals that I had for the channel this year that we didn't make, but it doesn't matter. I wanted to try to get to 50,000 subscribers this year. I thought that would have been really cool. But next year, I want to try to get to 100. If we make it, we make it. If we don't, we don't. It's just a number. It really is just a false representation of how big your channel is. Somebody somebody wanted me to talk about YouTube. Not in the comment section here, but somebody in the comment section. I have no control over what ads go on the videos. I can control where to put the ads if I go to the computer, but 9 times out of 10 I don't, unless unless I feel like I need to. But the last couple weeks they've just been putting ads wherever. I have no control over the ads. I can control where to put them. Um, yeah, yeah. So there's that. Uh, Juan Yankee says actually pre 68. So anything before 1968. Bob McCurdy, 60s, 70s, and the 1900 through 1940. You don't like the 50s? Oh, that's okay. James McNown. My favorite episode was the black 1951 Oldsmobile. So, interesting side story. That car was sold. The guy that bought it reached out to me and said he bought it because of that episode. And I thought that was really cool. Like, I I get messages from time to time from people like, um, and it's really cool. And I was talking to him for a little bit, and it was great. And like I said, if you guys want to shoot me a message on email or find me on Facebook, I talk to everybody. Not you know, I'm just a regular guy. Skywatcher, anything history. I love history. I don't know if you can tell. Um, Willie Mack, 59 to 71. I like the 1960 Buick you showcased. Yeah, we've done. Uh, I've done 159 and 260s so far, and that's another thing. I want to get into doing multiple body styles. Like we did 248 Pontiacs. One was a Woody wagon. The other one was a 4-door sedan. When I find a 2-door sedan, I'm going to cover that. When I find the 60 Buick the one was a LeSabre. The other one was the Electra 225 convertible from earlier. Um, they're different, And those 4 episodes, well, 2 episodes. It's 2 episodes, same year, totally different episode. Didn't try to recycle anything. B Parks the third, my favorite cars and trucks years are from 1959 to 1975, with some exceptions before and after. Cool. John Boyd, any chance of a pre-war speedster? My favorite. I want to do a speedster so bad. I want to build a speedster. Um, I don't have the budget to do that right now. Uh, HC Combs 04, sorry, 0104. He loves the Woody wagons. I love the Woody wagons too. They're really cool. I like the cars. The only cars I'm not into is I'm not into the overhyped brands. I'm not into Mercedes Benz. I'm not into BMW. I'm not into Land Rover. Not into any of those. I'm not really even into the hypercars. I don't really care. I drove a Ferrari and it was they're not my thing. Uh, and like we had a Ferrari 3, what was it, 328 GTS at Classic, not Classic, John Kufleitner's. And I got to drive that car. That car's dead under 5,000 RPM. Once you go over 5,000 RPM, it turns into a whole different car. But you're in trouble at that point because you're going well over the speed limit. And it doesn't do anything for me. I much would rather have a Packard Darren, and I didn't really fit in a Darren. I would rather have a Packard than a Ferrari. I'd rather have a Hup mobile than a Ferrari. There's a couple exceptions. I like Lamborghini Yelpas. There's a couple Ferraris that I like. Um, but I don't know. Like my dream car, my absolute dream car, it's down to two of them. Money wasn't an object. It would either be a 1926 Bugatti Type 35 or a 1932 Alfa Romeo Monza. I love those cars. And I hope one day to cover those. They're my favorite. Bob McCurry, Skywatcher, is Corvette a car? Is Corvette a car? Yeah, Corvette's a car. Bob McCurdy, I love the big land yachts. I liked the land yachts at one point in time too. I still do. David, Kevin Smith, dang dude, you're good. Tried to get you to crack, not happening. Uh, okay, whatever that means. Skywatcher, 57 grew up in 57 Clipper. That's a good car. 57 Clipper. I'm thinking of a 56 Clipper. A 57 Clipper. I have to look up and see what a 57 Clipper looks like. John Boyd, I built them all in time. I start collecting parts for Ford Speedster kits, $1,700. A real affordable if you do a Model T. My friend Bob has a Model T Speedster. Um, we're going to feature on the channel eventually. He also has a Pullman Junior, which is a really rare car. Going to feature that. I wanted to build a speedster for the channel just to prove that it could be done, but I don't have the budget for it at the moment. But my speedster, I would find a chassis to a car from the 30s that had juice brakes and and make sure it had a title to it. I would put a 292 inline Chevy 6 in as the engine, triple Weber side draft carburetors with a big cam, feed it into a 5 speed transmission, feed it into a 2 speed rear end with 373s and 514s. Then the engine might only produce 200 horsepower, but that's okay because you'll beat everybody with gears. I think that would be epic. I think it would be awesome. And the Weber side drafts are just for look. I mean, like when you open up that side of that hood and you see those six velocity stacks lined up. There's nothing sexier than that. And do some crazy stuff with the block, and you could get the block copper plated and then the engine would look like copper. It would look like a piece of jewelry. I don't know. I just thought that that would be really cool. But and the body design could just be a canoe. You could cut the the cabin out of the canoe, build your own dashboard. You know, it'd be cheap. I think you could build one for 10 grand if you did all the work yourself, of course. But 54 Chevy is his um, wagon it, shagging it. 54 Chevy favorite, and you did. And did you ever do a Dodge Power Wagon? Plus, you're making up your own GPA. Proud, keep it up. GPA. I've never done a Dodge Power Wagon per se. Excuse me. I've done. A friend of mine has a modified 6x6 Dodge Power Wagon truck that has a Detroit diesel in it. I did that. That was interesting. But yeah. So what cars would you like to see featured next year? Like I said, I'm going to try to go after some more power players. I want to do at least one Duesenberg and Allburn. We've hit some chords this past year, but I think it would be cool to do an L29 chord. I'm going to try to do a Tatra. Um, that's that's going to be a really cool car if I can get to do it. I'm fairly certain that I'll be able to do it. I want to do a Will St. Clair as well. That car is very interesting car, super expensive car. Um, there is a Crane Simplex at Canton Auto Museum. I think I'm gonna do that one tomorrow. That was a really expensive car. Um, Kevin Smith, T Birds, any year. I've been looking for. I've never been in a '67 Thunderbird, the one they made with four doors. I think that those look nice. Been looking for one of those. Um, I want to drive a Bullet Bird. I think those are that's my favorite Thunderbird. Um, I got to drive a '55 Thunderbird. They're okay. Or maybe it wasn't a 50. It was a '56 because it had a 312. John Boyd. I'm sorry, Bob McCurdy. '70s wagons. Yes, I will definitely cover some more '70s wagons. I want to cover a Vista Cruiser. I think those are cool. Definitely. John Boyd, Farm Doodlebug as a donor and a farmer's converted farm trailer in Cowling to go swap meets, farm auctions, build one for under $3,000 easily. Yes. Model A chassis was a chassis that was considered. You have to have the wire wheel knockoffs for it to be a speedster. Um, but Model A doesn't have juice brakes. I mean, I guess you could modify it to have juice brakes. 63 for you, Juan Yankee says. Kevin Smith, those are really cool wraparound rear seats. Yeah, I think you're thinking of the 64, the Square Bird, I think. I'll have to I have to remember. I don't remember if the Bullet Bird had wraparound seats. I know the Square Bird does. They're very nice. The Square Bird, I believe that's is that called the Square Bird or the Flare Bird? I get them mixed up. Not Porsche. Porsche. Sorry, Porsche. um, yeah. So this. The Square Bird was from 58 to 60. Okay, so I'm thinking of Flare Bird. I get them. I get them mixed up all the time. Fab Bird. Okay, I got you. So Juan Yankee says Baby Bird, then Square Bird, then Bullet Bird, then Fab Bird. What was after that? The 67 through has that big huge opening with the flip up lights. I like those. I think they look good. I've never I've never covered one on the channel yet. Oh, okay. The Jetbird. Cool. Yeah, we would definitely need to cover some more Thunderbirds, that's for sure. I've never seen a 67 front wheel drive Eldorado in person. Uh, Tornado, the 67 Tornado, that is a car that I would totally own. 66, 67, they're very nice. The seats are super, they're different. They're like nylon seats. That car really impressed me. But I heard that they're better to look at than to drive, which would be kind of disappointing. Also, do more AMCs and early Jeeps. Okay, Bob McCurdy, I will definitely do that. I Classic Automall got a Jeepster in. I'm going to go back and do that in January. I ran out of time and they moved it. I saw it and I was like, man, they have a Damaso Pantera too. I've been looking for one and I was like, we're going to do that car because it's different. Kevin Smith will be. He has to scoot. It's been fun. It's been real fun. Thank you so much for hanging out with me here at my kitchen table where I do all these videos. Wagonette, Shagonette, Wagoneer. I'll definitely cover a Wagoneer. I did a new Wagoneer before I knew that they had all these problems that they have. One Yankee says Baby Bird, Square Bird, Bullet Bird, Jet Bird, Fab Bird, 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 bird is the word. Bird. Done. Yep. So cool. Yep. So you guys have any questions for me before we go? I'm pretty open, as long as it's not nasty, or as long as it's PG, I'll answer it. Skywatcher, invest. Invest in what? Cheetah. I've never seen a cheetah. That's interesting. Yeah, so do you guys have any questions for me? Comments, concerns, what you know. Thank you, Bob. I'm glad you dig this show. For sure, I will definitely take a look at the front end. Skywatcher says a map of scrap yards. I was thinking about doing maybe some more scrapyard tours. I don't know. I don't know what the after the blowback from this last one that I thought we were allowed to do. I don't know. I don't know if I want to. And it wasn't that bad. It was just people were getting involved and they didn't know the whole story. I would love to do collaborations with people. Like I me and Wild Bill, we talk periodically on the phone. He calls me like once every 2 weeks, or I call him or whatever, and we'll do a collaboration for sure. I've reached out to Adam from Rare Classic Cars. He's never gotten back to me. Um, he's only 4 hours up the road. I think he's in Detroit. I think that would be really cool. I would love to collaborate with Adam and Ed all in one show. I think that would be freaking sweet. But I don't even know if those people know that I exist, kind of thing. Like, it's weird. YouTube is weird. In a lot of ways, it's like high school because it's like a popularity contest with your channels. Oh, you don't have 100,000 subscribers. I don't want nothing to do. You won't bring anything to me. It's so weird. I don't think like that. I'll collaborate with anybody. There's a guy in New York, the guy with the documentary, classic car documentaries. We're gonna do something next year. Not entirely sure, but we're gonna do something next year. I want to reach out to Adam if and when I get the Metropolitan and be like, I got this car, which is outside of your wheelhouse, because he does a lot of the like my channel. We feature mostly cars from 30s to 1964, and he covers stuff from like you know 60s and 60s into the land yachts. He's into the bigger cars, and I love the way that he knows a lot. He could give a lot more in depthness to like, and I don't know where he finds this information. Like that is another show that I wanted to do. I wanted to show you guys how much Google got wrong. So hold on a second. I'm gonna pull up here. We're going to ask Google some questions because it gets hard sometimes. Like I've never seen, say for example, I've never seen a 1968 Mercury Monterey. No, 63. I've never seen a 1960 Mercury Monterey. And I get in the car, oh, that's not a 60, that's a 61. But Google says it's a 60. It's weird, but if you ask Google, I'm going to, hey Google, what is first car with disc brakes? 67 Corvette comes up, or Corvette, and it's not right. Like it should be, it's the Crosley. It's but then there's so much misinformation, and I try my best not to produce misinformation. But if the source is wrong, then my video is going to be wrong, and it's hard to decipher, especially if I haven't lived during that time period. What's right, what's wrong. So a lot of times I'll get the information straight from the ads themselves, because who knows their product more than the company selling it, right? Um, First car with air conditioning. It knew that one, 1939 Packard. Wagging it, shagging it. What do you do for a living? Well, I do this, and I and I build furniture, and I do some photography, and that's what I do. I do more of this than anything else. It's gotten to the point now that this is the I'm making decent money doing this. I mean, like I can't live off of it by itself, but I live a pretty frugal lifestyle. I own all my cars. The only payment I have is this house, and that's it. I just pay this house and taxes. I got one more expensive round of taxes, and then I got 6 months to recuperate from taxes. One more really expensive tax round, but yeah, I have three cars. I have a Honda, a 2006 Honda Odyssey van, a EXL. I got a 2009 Toyota Prius. I got a 52 Chevy 1 ton truck, and I own all of them. I don't owe the bank any money on any of it. Skywatcher, K, great meeting you. Almost. Love your productions, and thank you. Hey, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you staying for as long as you did. Um, if you're ever at a car show that I'm going to, we can meet in person. Like I say, I tell you guys these things because I want to meet up with you guys. Like a lot of YouTubers don't want to know their audience. They don't message. They don't. They don't answer their texts or anything. I think that's a huge disservice to the people that made you what you are. And I just wanted to let you guys that it'll always be like that. I'm never going to get an ego and change. Just a regular person. And I try to live my life by the golden rule. I want people to treat me how I'd like to be treated. And I do these videos for you guys. Like, just kind of like hi from the editor or whatever. I don't know. Willie Mack, would you ever do back road car searches? Yes, I would love to do some barn find stuff like what's his name does Dennis Gage, not Dennis. Am I? What's Dennis Collins, the guy that's with Richard Rawlings? I would love to do some of the stuff he does. He goes after the Holy Grail cars. But his Holy Grail cars are different than my Holy Grail cars. Like if I found an Alfa Romeo Monza in a barn, that would be a Holy Grail car for me. If I found a Bugatti Type 57 in a barn, that would be a Holy Grail car for me. Or like a Packard or um yeah. Had a 63 Mercury Turnpike Cruiser. Did it have the breezeway option with the roll down window? That was a really cool feature that they don't do anymore. Uh, Kevin Smith, coolest dashboard ever was a 63 Mercury. I've never been in a 63 Mercury other than a Comet. I've been in a Mercury Comet from there. What you see. Hello, what you see. Eddie Bennett, my grandma had a 64 Montclair with a breezeway. Advertised as such. H. Combs 0104. How bad are the taxes in Pennsylvania? Okay, so I live on 7.5 acres with it's subdivided with my mom and my grandma. They live on different subdivisions. My piece is only 3/4 of an acre. I have, I believe it was zoned commercially because the building that I live in is, um, how can I say this? The building that I live in used to be a workshop. It used to be my parents' workshop. It's a 30 by 40 pole barn type. It's a barn shaped building. I live in a giant barn. It has 2 stories. It's 30 by 40 is the footprint. I don't remember what the square footage is, but it's pretty big. It's I it's got 3 bathrooms. There's 4 of us. 3 bathrooms isn't enough. I joke with my wife and say if we ever move and we get a different house, we're going to have 8 bathrooms in that house. She's like, why 8? And I was like, because 3 is not enough, and 4 probably won't be enough either. And yeah, everybody wants to go to the bathroom at the same time, but it's a work in progress. I mean, nothing's done, nothing's finished. But my dad got sick, and he had melanoma, and because he worked outside all the time, and he asked me and my brother if we wanted to live here. My brother said no. He did the smart thing. He left, and he got a house 20 minutes down the road, and I decided to take dad up on his offer, and I got this whole place. But it's weird. Mom took out a line of credit to put in a septic system. Well, we don't have a septic system. Well, sort of. It's complicated. Put in a well, and I'm paying off the loan. And once the loan's paid off, the house is mine. And anyway, getting back to your question, I live on 3/4 of an acre, and I pay $2,500 in taxes a year. It's my father-in-law has 15 acres in Georgia, and he pays less than I do, or roughly about the same. But Pennsylvania, if you have 10 acres or more, you can you can say that you have a farm and you get a tax break. But the issue is property is so expensive here that it's really hard to do that. So like we have 7.5 acres, but the guy next to us, he's strip mining his property out. Like across the street, there's a strip mine. I don't have any neighbors to. I live in a very interesting place. My grandma's over here, my mom's back there, and there's a wood line separating our neighbors over there. I don't have any neighbors across the street. I don't have any neighbors off to the side over here. There's an old cemetery over there where my dad's buried, but past that, there's nothing for miles. Across the street, there's nothing. So it's pretty quiet, minus the trains every now and then. Um, what you see, I commented on the Rambler that you did a short while ago. What you see, I love your channel. Thank you so much. It means the world. It really does. I'm a huge AMC fan. I love Ramblers. I love 1959 Cross Country Rambler wagon is my favorite wagon of all time. I would love to find the Ambassador version and drive one. That 327 V8 is one of the most underrated V8s ever made, in my opinion. I definitely want to drive one. I got to drive a 61 Rambler cross country wagon. And I have a friend that owns a 59, and I told him, hey, if you ever want to sell that, let me know, because I'll totally buy it somehow. But a couple things scare me to death about that car. The trunnion situation, like you can just be driving down the road and the whole front end of your car falls off. That's a terrifying thought to think about. That you have to keep, and I heard that they're not the easiest things in the world to replace, and the parts to replace them are drying up pretty fast. Skywatcher, me, Peppered, NCPA, Res, Stay Real, brother. You bet. I'm not fake. I'm about as real as they come, and I don't ever plan on ever being fake. Um, I just want to be me. What you see, I did have a 71 Tornado, by the way. That's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool car. What you see, have you ever come across a 1940 Dodge sedan? I'm not sure. It gets hard to keep track of all the cars that I did. When I was at Classic Auto Mall the last time, and I was looking at a potential car to, excuse me, review, I would have to pull up my channel and make sure that I didn't cover one. We've done 400 cars so far, and it just that was another thing that I wanted to get you guys. We might have to do another live show. I want to get the names of all of the Name That tunes that you guys didn't get. There was a couple Name That tunes that you guys didn't get in the middle of October. And I was going to give you guys the answers so that you guys could go back and do it, because I'm not going to remember it next year. Like, somebody might be like, hey, that's this song. And I'm not going to be like, okay, sure, maybe. It might be. It gets hard to remember Name That tune after a while. Bye, Kevin. It's been fun. It has been. Tom Cotter. Yep. Yeah, 1939 Graham Shark Nose would be a good one. That's one that I'm trying to track down. I missed my opportunity to do one at Hershey. I didn't see it, but people were telling me that it was there. But Hershey's a big place. I didn't get to see it. Willie Mack, I live in Virginia, and we have to pay personal property tax on all of our cars as well. Yeah, Virginia is not a place that I would ever want to move to, because of that. Like, that's one good thing about Pennsylvania. Like, I bitch and moan about where I live, but I get the taxes are high, the gas taxes are high. The we don't pay taxes on clothes or food unless it's prepared. There's taxes at restaurants. There's taxes on Pepsi. I drink a lot of soda. I'm trying to cut back. But that's neither here nor there. But we don't have to pay taxes on our property stuff or like our belongings. Um, my Me and my wife were thinking about relocating to Tennessee eventually because there's no income tax there and property taxes are low. Um, Property here, like I was saying earlier, it's really expensive to expand in Pennsylvania and buy property. It's like depending on where you want to buy property, it could go anywhere from 10,000 to 50,000 an acre, which is insane. That's why if I ever did the barn venue thing, I'd have to do it in Ohio because 15 acres in Ohio can be had for 60 grand. 15 acres here is like $220,000 or something like that. It's insane. Like you have to be really rich to buy land in Pennsylvania. And the land here sucks. Like I can't dig a hole more than 2 inches outside my house because there's rocks everywhere, and these rocks are huge. Like they had to dig out for my I what is that called? I don't have a septic system. I have a leach bed. I've a two-tiered leach bed system, and they had to dig out a big, huge pit for for the leach bed, holding tank, leach bed, and when they did that, the rocks that they got out of the ground were just insane. I've never seen rocks that big. Like, and they had to break them up to get them out of the ground. It was insane. A lot of good Quakers in Pennsylvania, I guess. The Quakers are more on the other side. It's weird. I'm in Western Pennsylvania. I'm pretty much smack dab right in the middle of Western Pennsylvania. Um, if I had a if I had a map, I'd show you where that is. Um, Eastern Pennsylvania is a totally different world than it is here. I don't know how to really describe it. Pittsburgh, I'm 45 minutes north of Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh and Philadelphia couldn't be any more different. Um, they're two totally different cities. Philadelphia is huge. There's like 9 million people that live in Philadelphia. 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 There's 3 million people in Pittsburgh, but Pittsburgh's still big. Yeah, I live in the country. I could never live in a neighborhood. I like my freedom. I like to be able to burn stuff whenever I want to burn stuff. I like to be able to pee in my yard if I want to. I don't have to worry about anybody. There is a major highway just just behind me, not too far. It's an artery, I guess, but it's not like a four-lane highway. It's pretty quiet out here. I Yeah, we don't have any issues. The crime rate's real low, which is great. Big we don't have a bad bug problem. Snakes aren't bad. It's a pretty good place to live. You know, Johnstown flood. I'm a little bit north of Johnstown. I love the simplicity of a '60s Rambler. Yeah, they're really cool. Those are really cool. Steve Lee, hi Jay. It's 1963 Rambler. I saw the coupe on something today. It looked cool. My Nat my Nat in the sedan. Cheers from New Zealand. Hi Steve from New Zealand. That's really cool. I think it's really cool that there's people from all over the world that watch this. And it just blows my mind. Like the world is such a small place in ways, but it's so massive in other ways. I predict some old car with annoying family will donate a classic car or two to you. You would take care of it. I would totally take care of any car donated to me, but like I said, I don't look for handouts. I really don't. I I try to I don't know. I try to do everything on my own, I guess, and I don't know. I don't know. It would be cool to be the next. Yeah, I don't know. Are you close to the train derailment? The train derailment in East Palestine isn't that far away. It's probably 20, 30 minutes away. When it happened, minutes, not miles. Miles, it's about 15 miles maybe. If on depending how the crow flies. When that all happened, we were wondering if we were going to get evacuated because they evacuated East Palestine and you couldn't get anywhere near that. There was a big cloud. It was weird here for a while. There was some weird stuff. Like there was when it rained, there would be like bubbles on the ground, not just in the puddles. Like there'd be bubbles in the puddles. My grandpa would always say bubbles in the puddles means it rains tomorrow. He always had these like analogies and stuff. Like if you ever see the leaves turned inside out on trees, it's going to rain. 9 times out of 10, it will rain within a couple hours, and it's always been pretty accurate, at least around here. Oh man, John Boyd, that's awesome. $82 last year. That's pretty cool. Um, for taxes, the school taxes is what Pennsylvania, everybody gets paid. You have to pay the borough taxes, you have to pay the state taxes, you have to pay county. Everybody gets paid, and excuse me, they did this payment plan for the last couple of years where you could pay in three easy installments or whatever for the school taxes, and I chose to do that. But I have to pay the state ones at the end of the year. If you pay them in July, you get a discount, but I didn't have the money in July, and I always pay them in person. I go down to the courthouse, and here it is. Like, no, not that bad, but you know. B Parks the third. That is why I watch your channel and I subscribe to your channel. You are one of the handful of YouTubers that I can respond, and all the comments. The rest of the channels are good, but impersonal to the viewers. I'm sorry. I don't respond to every single one that you post, but I try to. Sometimes there's just nothing to say, and because you said everything that needed to be said, and I totally agree. But yeah, I really do. I try to respond to everybody because that's how I would like to be treated, and I just try to run this the way that I'd like to see it. How I'd like. Yeah, I try to live my life by the golden rule: do unto others as you'd have others do unto you. And honestly, I think if everybody lived by that rule, we'd be in a much better place, society wise. Skywatcher, I mean, be real, be happy, be yourself. You are amazing, a rare find. Thank you so much. It really does. It means the world to me. All these great comments. I'm just a regular guy. I just love cars and I love people too. And I love it whenever you guys share your comments. I keep sitting on my hands because I'm nervous. I'm not playing with myself. Somebody said in the comments section I'm playing with myself. I'm not. I'm just it's like I'm not nervous, but it's weird cuz like I'm not used to seeing myself on the screen. More of a behind the scenes type. Steve Lee, we love your realness, Jay. We love you, Jay. New Zealander, love you, man. Mate, cheers from New Zealand. I love you guys. I really do. Um, I really wanted to do an episode every single day in December, and it bugs me that it's not sustainable. And the only reason it's not is because things started to get lost. Like when the content isn't as good. Like I'm not saying the Packard video wasn't good, but there was some things that I missed, and I would rather it be a good dot all T's cross yes, dot all I's cross all T's kind of thing, and it was getting lost, and I wasn't able to keep up with the comment section really because I was putting out content every day, and but we're gonna get back to the probably the 420 schedule. Um, for those that don't know, the episodes air at like 419, 420. It's an easy time to remember, right? See at the flagpole. uh, oh, that's interesting. One Yankee says, "Give us a close up shot of a body part, and we will try to guess it. Name that body part." Interesting. What you see? I live near Fairfax, Virginia. Or I'm sorry, I live in Fairfax County, Virginia. We pay the same property taxes on cars, but is deductible at the end of the year. It's insane. What you see? Vice Grip Garage moved to Tennessee. I know he moved to Tennessee. He's another one that I watch sometimes. He's losing his accent. Did you notice that? He doesn't have, but he's not getting the Southern accent either. Like, he doesn't have the strong Minnesota accent like he had. Um, Willie Mack. Name that tune would be Christmas songs would be fun. Yes, I'm definitely going to start filtering in the Christmas songs here soon. That's for sure. I went to Idlewild Amusement Park. Idlewild is probably 2 hours away from here. I'm north. I'm northwest of there, down there in Ligonier. That's a really cool part of the world. It's hard to explain, but there's a road that goes. They separated it. Two lanes go one way, and two lanes come back the other way. And there's all kinds of trees and moss, and it's really cool. I love driving through there. Um, Bob McCurdy, some big has house, lol. I'm 65, by the way. What you see? Cool. What you see? Born the same year as the Impala. Cool. I was born in '89, so I I caught the tail end of the '80s. I wish. I kind of sort of wish I was born in 1939. I mean, I probably would have. I'd be gone by now, but I would have been able to see everything that I wanted to see. Oh, the temperature. The temperature outside currently is 37 degrees here. It's supposed to be 40 tomorrow and 44 on Thursday, 51 Friday, 51 Saturday, and then it's going to stay in the 40s, which is really rare for this time of year. Generally, it's in the 30s. So, climate change, maybe? I don't know. Eddie Bennett is 64. Zach Cusick, hey Jay, hope you're doing good, my guy. Hey Zach, hey, I miss you, man. I really do. I miss our shenanigans at Koof Lightners. I'm going to go see Chris tomorrow. Um, he had some YouTube questions I'm going to answer for him. Zach Cusick is close to the train derailment. I don't consider you guys old. Old to me is like 90s. Like, um, I just have a different outlook on life, I guess. And I've always been like that. Like, my grandpa had, my grandma still has the apartments that my grandpa built. They have 6 apartments over there. And when my grandpa was alive, there was a guy named Ed Capolbo and Bob Davis. And I would always just sit with them and they'd just tell stories of the good old days. And I was always in the classic cars. I was always talking about, different time period than now. And I miss them. They were great. Ed Capolbo, he was a Green Beret in the United States Army, and he was down in Panama, and he would tell stories about Panama and say that even back then they had their telephone lines in the ground so that drunk drivers couldn't hit them, which I think is an excellent idea. Like, why don't we do that here? Bloody taxes. Yes, it's highway robbery. Like, think of Pennsylvania Turnpike is highway robbery. I hate that road. Let me tell you, if I took the turnpike from here to Harrisburg, it costs $80. Excuse me, one way. That's highway robbery. I don't take the turnpike anymore. It costs too much money. I just go 80 and then drop down from State College. It takes a little longer, but it works. I don't know if this channel will ever get as big as Mr. Beast. I'm not entirely sure how big it's going to get. Like, you guys determine the channel size. And realistically, subscriber count is it's just a false representation of how big your channel is. I don't get into the analytics side of it a lot, but I did look at a couple things. Um, when I was doing the Detroit Electric, the owner's son is a marketing major, and he's like, "Do you ever look at your analytics?" And I was like, "No, not really," because then you start getting wrapped up in the numbers, and the numbers don't really mean, I try to keep a level head about it. The numbers don't mean anything. He's like, "You had 4.4 million people watch your channel since its inception," and I was just like flabbergasted by that number because I thought that number was huge. And he's like, "That's insane." He's like, "You need to approach Haggerty and say, 'Hey, will you sponsor my channel?'" And I was like, "I don't know how to go about doing that." I would love to get some sponsors though. I just don't know how to. I don't know how to go about doing that. Maybe next year. I think Haggerty would be a really cool channel. I think they would be a really good potential sponsor. I would love to do some stuff with Haggerty. They could probably open doors that I don't have access to. A friend of mine's building a '54 Hudson Hornet. It's a race car. He's got the 7X engine. He just got it back from the paint shop. Rick from Willow Street. He's building the race car, and I'm hoping next year that it'll be done. He's hoping to take it to Hudson's going to have their annual shindig up in Erie, and he wants to drive it from where where he lives to Erie. And I told him, I was like, "I'll meet you up there in the truck. You can drive the truck, and we'll shoot whatever." I want to find a couple more people that have Hudsons, and find a racetrack, and have them race. I think that would be awesome. I was like, "I don't have to be in the car." I was like, "I'll video you racing your car." And he's like, "I totally dig that. Let's do it." So I got to find a racetrack out by him that will allow us to race them. I think that would be pretty cool. Um, Kevin Smith, they ask you to read the comment section and don't read them. I'm not sure what that means. I try and read and answer all comments posted. Sometimes I can't. Sometimes it just gets overloaded and I can't answer every single one, but I really do try. Steve Lee, you don't need to respond with your words. I've got hearts as a response. You get your own little sign whenever you need every message I read. Thank you. Kevin Smith, if you're wrong, if you're wrong, person will correct you. If you're wrong, yes, yes, they do. What you see, I did notice that the VGG is losing his accent. Good catch. Yes, Derek is losing his accent. And the last video that I watched from him. He's not throwing in as many clever words that he was. That was the whole purpose of his show was sparkulators and I don't know. He's a cool guy. I would love to collaborate with him one day. Uh, Same thing with Tyler Hoovy or Doug DeMuro or anybody really. I don't care how big their channel is. I'll collaborate with whoever. If you're watching this, hey Zach, if you want to do another show, whatever, I'll collaborate with you. I miss I miss our times at Coup Flightners. Steve Lee, we love your style, the way you do the show, the way you do the cars. Font change too much. You say look you say look at the way this goes and look at the way this is exactly how I look at stuff. Cheers from New Zealand. Thank you so much. I tried. So I pull all of most of the thumbnails are designed from advertisement pieces, and I try to do different fonts so it stays relevant. I look forward. What you see, I look forward to name that tune in every one of your videos. What you see, there's probably four that came out last month that nobody's gotten. One of them was "Moving in Stereo" by the Cars. One of them was uh, "Pretty Woman" by Orbison. Nobody got that one. That one was, damn it. I'm gonna have to look and see which episode that was. I'm not gonna remember. Even if I get there. Okay. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure the Franklin, maybe. I think the Franklin episode's the Royal Orbison one. I think Moving in Stereo is the Healy. I think there's I'll have to go back and listen to them. It's getting it's getting hard to remember what songs were what songs were where. Um, Steve Lee, I'm just listening. I just looked at your message. I'm okay. It's not a stroke. I couldn't get it to go the right way the first time, so I deleted that. I don't know why it came up. It wouldn't let me change the settings from vertical to horizontal whenever doing this. It's weird, and I wasn't entirely sure how to change it or whatever. Um, what you see, my mom was born in 31. That's pretty cool. My mom was born in uh 62, I think. My grandpa was born in 39. My grandpa was born in 42. Uh, yeah, it's possible. I could have been around in 39 if I was born in 39. Who knows? I doubt it though. I don't live the healthiest lifestyle. I drink way too much Pepsi. I don't have any vices. Like I don't drink alcohol a lot. Um uh I did do recreational gummies for a long period of time. I kind of sort of cut those out. My wife found my stash, and she's like, "You got a problem. You got a huge problem." I had a whole drawer full of just about anything that you could ever possibly want. And I was like, I bought them whenever I didn't have any on me, or anytime I had money. And yeah, so it sucks, but I guess the problem was eventually you'd lose all motivation to do everything or anything, and that was kind of a bad situation to be in. But it definitely made me write better. Some of the yeah, I, one of my friends, he's like, anytime you're on those, you should tell me, like, give me a code word. He's like, did you ever do any of the episodes when you're on them? And I was like, sometimes, sometimes not. It depends, but but yeah. Skywatcher, what do you mean by leave your links below? I'm curious what that means. Skywatcher, I knew it was Hudson. Shouting out the clouds. Most automotive YouTubers don't mind if you visit for a quick interview. It's clout chasing. It's fine. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I'm different. I'm wired completely different. Like I don't, and like I get. Yeah, I don't know how to really explain it. I'm wired completely different. The way I think and the way the world thinks is two totally different ways of thinking, I guess. I I try to treat people how I'd like to be treated in every aspect of life. Like if I build a cabinet, I don't charge somebody more money than I would pay for it. Um, and my parents taught me that. Like they don't charge any more than my grandpa would. Like I said, he had his hands in a lot of stuff. He was in the restaurant business, and he wouldn't charge any more than for a scoop of ice cream than he would pay. And I miss that guy. Steve Lee, Jay, you could approach the biggest company for the sponsorship, the biggest mate. Please don't hold back. Approach the biggest, and you will get huge, man. Cheers. It's it's weird. It's not about like I don't know. When I first started this channel, I was like, yes, I'm going to go and I'm going to be the best automotive channel that I could possibly be. And it's it's weird. Like you don't know what you don't know until doing it for a little while. Like I don't think I'm ready at this point in time to have 100,000 subscribers. I don't I don't know what that looks like. Like I didn't know what 30,000 subscribers looked like until I got here. I didn't know what 5,000 looked like until I got there. I didn't know. Like it's really just a number. You just got more people that are supposedly watching all your videos or whatever. It's hard to explain. And I don't know what else comes with it. Uh it's all about attitude. Life is all about attitude. Sometimes my wife will come in and it'll be like, "Man, your attitude sucks." That's not the best thing to say. That will not win you any brownie points. I could speak from experience. You'll be in the doghouse for the rest of the night, possibly the next day, and maybe even the day after that. What you see, I noticed that Derek has changed a bit, but when he started Motor Trend Show, I thought it was funny as hell when he pulled out the mallet and referred to it as yeah. That's what I mean. Like he's losing like, and I don't know if it's him changing or if it's like show business is weird. Like I'm not even really technically in show business. Use YouTube, I guess you could consider it the small screen or or whatever, but um, I, I do know that watching other people, money has changed a lot of people. Like Doug DeMuro, I've been watching him for years, and I don't have anything against him, but money has definitely changed him. He's into weird, quirky cars, but he buys really expensive ones that only rich people can afford. If I ever make it doing this, you could bet your ass I will have either a Hup Mobile or a Airflow or a Packard because those are cars that I'm into. I'm into weird cars. I'd own an Edsel. I'd own a Studebaker Golden Hawk. I would own a bathtub Nash. Any Nash from like 1950 through 1953. I'm into the cross country ones. Like I'm into the weird stuff that nobody likes. And I think my channel reflects that. I love Marlins. I would totally own a Marlin. 67 Marlins are really cool, but they're expensive. They're hard to find. Um, but nothing against Doug. I think he's a great guy. From what I see, it's just yeah. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I would love to collaborate with him, and I'm not about talking bad about people or anything. It's just so many people change. You know, I just want to tell you, I'm never gonna. I hate change, which is yeah. I absolutely hate change. Like, so I'm not gonna change. Yeah, I'm sorry. What you see, you missed it by one word. I figured that was an easier one, so I had it had to be right. Some songs I give more leeway to. Um, some songs have to be perfect, I guess. Sean Kirby, hi. I own the '67 Oldsmobile '98 that you did a video on. Thank you. I love it. Thanks, Sean. It that was freaking that whole situation was awesome. I wish I could have got down there to meet you. That's one thing that I'm still kicking myself for. I wanted to be there. The last time I went to Classic Auto Mall, it's been like, hey, you're the guy. You're that guy. What it's like. And I was like, I'm Jay. Welcome to What It's Like today. You know, and then just doing some weird stuff. And it's like, we're gonna put this camera in this glove box. Do you want to see if it fits? Kind of thing. It's fun. I love meeting you guys. I really do. Because you know what I look like, but I don't know what you look like. Skywatcher. Remember George Carlin? I was going to make shirts that said George Carlin was right. And weird shirts like that, like say like Toodaloo on the back, like what it's like. But it has to be like my wife. She wants to make shirts for the channel, and I don't know what to put on the shirts or what kind of shirts we're gonna do. I told her it has to be a gray collared shirt, and she just looks at me like, really? Gray collared shirt? Who's gonna wear a gray collared shirt? I was like, because I wear a gray collared shirt in just about every video we do. And the reason behind that is I like pastel colors. Teal's my favorite color. But when you get in the car and you start shooting the gauges, and if you have a bright shirt on, like teal or pink is the worst color. Excuse me. Pink is the worst color. When you start shooting the gauges, you can see the reflection of your shirt in the gauges. So if you have a gray shirt on or a dark, like that, almost like that jean jacket blue color, it doesn't show up in the gauges. Sean Kirby, I look forward to all your videos. My mom was born in '34 and was with me still drinking and smoking. 34. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much. It really means the world to me that you guys dig what I put out. It really does. Um, John Boyd, life is too short. Enjoy the ride. Yeah, definitely. Steve Lee, dude, you cracked me up with the weed gummies. I don't. It don't surprise me. We lovers love cars too. Yeah. I had just about every single Delta gummy that you could think of. I had eights, nines, tens, 11s, HHC, HHCO. Buddy of mine made Rice Krispie treats. I had some of those. And my wife, she was like, dude, you got a problem. And I was like, God damn it. She found my stash. She only found one stash in her. I was smart enough not to put them all in one location. But the problem is I don't remember where I put all of them. But what are you gonna do? Kevin Smith, you will always answer the comments. Yes, I will always answer the comments. The channel will always be the way that it is, and it will never be a computer. It will never be a bot. I don't, and like, I say that with a little bit of hesitance now because in the past, it was easy. But the more people that you get commenting, and also what people don't realize, YouTube's not like a once thing. Like if I try to put out 20. My philosophy to the channel is, um, if I put out 20 videos a month and get 5,000 views on each video, that's 100,000 views to the channel. If I could get 5,000 more views on the previous 20,000 views, I'm up to 200,000. That's the way I look at it. I mean, like, I haven't had any videos go viral yet. I think the most views on a single video, it's a toss up between the very first Nash Metropolitan and the Hudson big boy truck. They're both at about 150,000. I haven't had any go into the millions yet, or half a million, or anything like that. Um, but yeah, the whole 420 release thing, and um, I would I would much rather do gummies than drink alcohol. They're two totally different experiences. Alcohol makes you feel invincible. The gummies make you think about all of the stuff that you suppress in life and all the wrong things that you've done that day, and just it makes you think about everything. And and it I don't know. I like it better. I don't know. I try to think myself as a deep person, and I just like to think about deep thoughts and make connections that I normally can't make. Alcohol doesn't do any of that. It just slows. It doesn't slow any. Well, it slows your reaction time down and makes you think that you're God and you're invincible and all this other stuff. And the gummies don't do that for me. Best night's sleep ever. You wake up and you feel great the next day. Um, but like I said, I don't really do it that much anymore. I quit it cold turkey 2 months ago, and then um, yeah. But yep. So there's that. What you see, Jay? That what you see, Jay? What if anything do you do besides YouTube for a living? I hope that's not a too personal question. It's not a too personal question. I just told you that I do gummy. I used to do gummies. I build furniture. I do this. I do photography on the side. I just did a wedding a couple weeks ago. I like doing weddings. What when I take pictures, I do weddings, I do seniors, I do engagements, and sometimes I'll do families. I'm not big. I don't have my own studio, so I have to go location. Um, so yeah, I got a truck that I can use as a prop. Um, the furniture thing, and that's another reason I can't do 7 videos a week, is because I was under the impression that furniture was going to dry up and I wouldn't have any more orders because I haven't been advertising. But people have been wanting stuff from advertisements that have been out there in the interwebs for a long time. So I So I got I got orders that I got to build. I built this 6.5 foot tall cabinet today. It's 18 feet. It's not 18 feet. It's 18 inches deep. It's 6.5 feet tall. It's 8 inches, 18 inches deep, and 32 inches wide. But it's got doors in the bottom part, and at the top it's open. I'll definitely I'll definitely show you guys a picture of that, maybe tomorrow. I built two cabinets last week and delivered them. I built this one. This one's very similar to the one that I'm building. This one was 6 foot tall, 18 inches deep, 32 inches wide. Um, I built that from scratch and just made it look old, and then I clear coated. This was one of the nicest cabinets I ever made. It was most everything I built is rustic, and not finished. Customer wanted his finished, so I sprayed it with clear coat, 2 coats of clear coat, and then I wet sanded it with 1,000 grit sandpaper, just like you would a car, with water and soap and everything, and it was it was like it was so smooth, and I waxed it, and it was so smooth that when I went to go move it, it was kind of an issue because it would just slide right out of your hands. Like it was crazy. I built this one too. This one's a 5 foot one, uh, and it's brand new, just made to look old. This one, not that one. Um, yeah, so I built that one, and then I built this chimney cabinet. This one had to be redone. She wanted the top teal to match everything else, but that's my own design. It's the same exact cabinet that this one is behind. Oh, you can't see it. That this one is. Just the doors were a little bit fancier. I built that one. My kitchen's a bit of a mess, but show you some other stuff. I built this cart here. It's a well, actually, all of the cabinets, uppers. I built those. I built this cart. I built this thing over here with the drawers and but most yeah most everything in the house is stuff that I built. Yep. So and I'm I don't know. I don't really like talking about it, but I'm pretty much self taught. I didn't go to school for this. I mean, I took shop class, and my parents, like I said, were come from a third generation woodworking family, I suppose, but they have all built different things. Like my grandpa built like knick-knack stuff that you um like there's a train underneath a tree. It's a wooden train. He built that. My mom's still in the craft business, and yeah, but it's to the point now that I only build furniture when I want to build furniture. Like if I don't want to build, like if somebody said, "Hey, I want a 9 drawer dresser." Dressers are a pain. Well, drawers are a pain because they have to match up and all the gaps have to be well. And that's another thing. Like I don't build cookie cutter stuff and I advertise it as such, so the gaps might not be 100% kosher on, like they might not match. Like it might the gaps might be a little bit different. Most people don't really care about gaps, but some people do. Like people that buy Teslas, they get out their micrometers and oh, this gap's a little bit bigger than this gap, or that gap. Like, there's way more to life than gaps. Sorry, I was just gonna read through the comments again. Willie Mack, I would love to watch if you wanted to do a gummy review. Yeah, I've never been completely baked and do an episode, but I can tell you a couple episode scripts that I wrote while I was messed up. There was a Hup Mobile episode where I talked about playing Monopoly. I wrote that all under the influence because I couldn't make those connections, and I was like, man, that was awesome. And then I read it back the next day, and I was like, man, what was I thinking? Because the script was all just like jumbled up together, and I was like, yeah, I got to make sense of this. Like it was messed up. Kevin Smith, cabinet maker, retired. Was a great career. That's awesome, man. Um, Skywasher. Okay, thanks for responding. I appreciate your efforts. I'm happy. You're happy. Not in the particular order. I drive luxury. I am luxury. I am the man of steel. Oil sucks. Okay. Steve Lee. No one does it like you, Jay. Thanks. It means a lot. Sean Kirby. I have owned so many weird cars, and I still own really weird cars. Sweet. I haven't owned anything weird yet. Um, I said that I owned 36 cars, but that was kind of a fib. I wrote down all the ones that I could remember, and I only came up with about 20. But I've owned two town cars, 1993 Ford Explorer, um, just a bunch of mundane cars. I mean, out of the cars, I had a '67 Mustang. That was probably the coolest car I've ever owned. Uh, I had a '73 Carmen Ghia and the '52 Chevy Truck are the three classic cars I owned. The town car wasn't really a classic car when I owned it. It was just an old car. I would definitely love to own another one day. That was one of the best cars I ever owned. Old commercial trucks would be a great show. There is a, I don't know what year it is. I'll have to here. I can look it up. I I take pictures of all of the tags of cars that I do so I can look back and remember what year it is. But sometimes even Classic Automall gets the years wrong, um, because titles and stuff. Like it could be titled a different year or whatever. But there is a 1938 Studebaker cab over in the pipeline. Super stellar truck. I wanted to feature a cab over this year, and that was the only one that I saw, so I figured got to get on it. But I can tell you what other ones are in the pipeline. There's a 1954 Lincoln Capri, 1976 Lancia Scorpio. We did the Packard. 1952 Dodge Wayfarer. 1961 Studebaker Champ pickup truck. There's a lot of Studebakers. 1955 Chrysler Windsor Nassau Deluxe. We did the Z. 1957 Chevy Nomad. Was going to do the '56 Buick Riviera Roadmaster, but I couldn't get in that car. I shot the car, but I couldn't get in it. 1959 Mercedes Benz Unimog. 1976 Chrysler New Yorker Brougham. That's the next one after the engine episode. 1958 Chevy Brookwood sedan wagon and that station wagon, and then that's it. Of the ones that I shot from Classic Auto Mall, but there's other stuff in the pipeline. Like there's a Franklin from the Greenfield Village. There's a Hupmobile from there. There's a 1904 St. Louis, which we rode in the Hupmobile and the St. Louis. I'm just waiting for more information on the St. Louis. Hershey, there's a Packard truck. I think that's the only one that's left there. And there's a 1926 Packard from Canton Auto Museum from earlier this year. Excuse me. I enjoyed the chat too, B Parks the third. Definitely, Thank you so much for coming out here. Really appreciate it. We're probably going to get off here soon too because it's like midnight at this point. I can't believe we've been going at it for that long. That's absolutely insane. I'm losing my voice. So we're probably going to do the engine episode Thursday, because the whole script isn't written yet, and my voice is about shot from talking for so long. Sean Kirby, you're welcome to come to Massachusetts and drive the 68. Oh man, thank you so much. I'm definitely going to try to come out there. There's a couple other people in Massachusetts that vehicles that I want to do. My good buddy Sean Reed's out there at Antique Car Barn. I definitely want to go hit him up too. Uh, HC Combs 0004, but you don't want to kill yourself answering all the comments. It must be time consuming as it is. Um, it can be, but I try to stay on top of things. Like I don't let it get so bad that it becomes a nuisance in a way. Like I don't know. That's my favorite thing is to interact with you guys. And people that don't, it blows my mind. I was like, you can interact with the people that made your channel successful. Why wouldn't you want that? I don't know. What you see, Jay, I need to go, but keep doing what you do. We all enjoy it. Thank you so much for doing this live stream. I'm glad I could join. See you next time. See you next time. Drink too much. I live in the bathroom. Nice. That's never a good thing. What you see, then you for thank you for answering my questions too. You bet. You bet. An old wooden boat review would be cool. I totally want to do that. Like I'm not against doing tractors. I'm not against doing anything with an engine. I'd love to cover some Chris Craft boats next year. Maybe some paddle steam wheelers if they're out there. Steam engines, a freaking Zeppelin, airplanes. Like I don't know if you guys watch, but I watch Ocean Liner Designs. I think that guy's what he does is absolutely incredible. Um, I think he's in Australia though. I think I could be wrong. I watch him. I watch a lot of documentaries. I don't know if you know Coyote Peterson. I watch him. He he likes to get bit and stung by just about everything on God's green earth, and tell everybody what it feels like. Thank you for the great looking cabinet. What you see, John B. Doors are the hardest part. They can be the arch doors are. Everybody asks like how I do the arch doors. The arch door is pretty easy. All you have to do is make the arch piece and then put the board up against the arch. Well, you have to figure out what side is bowed. So to do that, you just put like a. I'm going to use this as an example. Just put a flat piece of wood against the face of the board, and hold it off to the one side. If it's cupped in the center, then you know that it bends that way, and that's the way that you want to face in, because it will just keep bowing outwards, but it will stay in. If you put the cup part on the outside, it will always bend out, and the door won't shut right. Top tip there. Um, but there's all kinds of crazy tricks. I don't get into any of the fancy joinery. Like I don't have anything fancy to do dovetails or anything crazy like that. Eddie Bennett used to do furniture restoration business time and after Katrina. That's cool. I don't get into restoring furniture. It's easier for me to just build it from scratch. I have done a couple pieces, but it's a colossal nut. It's a pain in the ass. If you don't know, like the table I'm sitting at, it's like veneered, and you don't know if the veneer is just because like in the 30s for whatever reason they built stuff out of real quality wood, and then they put a veneer over it. You don't know if on you don't know underneath the veneer what it is. It could be MDF. If it is MDF and you sand off the veneer, you're screwed. Like you can paint it, but you'll never be able to sand it and never have that grain structure that you once had. Um, so I don't get into that because it yeah, you don't know what you're dealing with a lot of times. Unless they want to paint it, of course, and then that's different. Kirby, Sean Kirby, I'm off to bed. Good night. I'm probably right there behind you, not too much longer. I just wanted to make sure I got through all these comments. You covered a couple. You Steve Lee said you covered a few wooden boats already, mate. Yeah, couple wagons. Yeah, so. All right, guys, I'm gonna call it quits. I said I was gonna call it quits about an hour ago, but it just kept going. But so we're good. Have a good night. Thank you so much for joining me. Um, yeah, we'll see you Thursday for the engine episode. FE engine, pretty big one for Ford. All right, good night, guys. Toodaloo.